Right? Well, they are until they injure or kill you. So how do they not injure or kill you? That is what I'm going to cover in this live stream. How trains keep themselves safe, how the people who work on them keep themselves safe, and the trains safe, and their infrastructure, and how you can keep yourself safe when you're on and around railways. So welcome to tonight's railway safety live stream. Right, who have we got tonight? Right, so hello to Samson, Rob, William, Stan, Martin, John Murray, Andrew, I believe, is here, and that appears to be everyone. Hang on, I'm just going to let everyone know that the stream started. Just bring the chat up here. Exactly, William. So tonight, guys, we're going to start with... Oh, Stan, did you see Samson's here? Thanks, Martin. So tonight, guys, we're going to start with another episode of Mark Williams on the Rails. An episode that's dedicated to railway safety, and I think it was one of my favourite episodes of Mark Williams on the Rails when I was a kid. I didn't get it on eBay, Martin. I got it from the East Anglian Railway Museum. Yes, I have, William. You still there, Stan? I said that... Did you hear what I said about Samson being here? You know, John Murray singing that song. Don't walk on the tracks, guys. Well, yeah, there's that, Stan. Well, there's a lot more to it than that, though. No, Stan, it's not the end of the stream yet. There's a lot more to it than that. Hello, A. Smith. Right. So now I've notified everyone that we've started. Let's get into that episode of Mark Williams on the Rails. Hang on, save this to watch later. Hang on, this isn't the right episode. Right, so... Hey Andrew. Martin knows, A. Smith. You've made a Metropolitan Railway A-Class tank engine OC. Nice. As I told Stan, Andrew, there's a lot more to railway safety than looking both ways before crossing the track. I want to cover the how trains are kept, how the infrastructure is kept safe as well. The infrastructure of trains and such is kept safe as well. And the trains themselves. Right, let's get into this episode. And hello, James. Oh, this is a good... this is a good intro theme. Music did not need to go this hard, but it did. My boy, sushi is for dinner. Oh, me and Electro are going to be there. So most of this episode was filmed on the Bluebell Railway. Me and Electro are going to be there on Sunday. Just be patient, Martin. I'll be here soon.
40 years later, there were 15,000 miles of track carrying hundreds of these gigantic high-pressure
that does sound interesting, William.
They were all on fire. How did they prevent disasters?
Death on the Tracks. That's an awesome title for an episode. Oh, cool, James. Cool. Thanks, A-Smurf.
3,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Exactly, John Murray.
Which is underneath the boiler working.
Hang on. It's a bit quiet, so I'm gonna turn the desktop audio up. Speaker's already at maximum, so there.
At £135 per square inch. If that lot blows, we will all end up over in that field over there. Plus, this locomotive weighs 68 tons. If Phil the driver didn't know what he was doing, this could be a dangerous thing.
But not just dangerous. They could be deadly.
Exactly.
These are the fastest vehicles anybody had ever seen. And safety standards took a definite back seat to technological advancements in the early days, with passenger and driver safety only improving through deadly trial and error.
Used to watch Canadian railway documentary. Railways in other countries? No. Oh, Railway. Oh! I've heard of that. I've got several DVDs of that. It's awesome, William. I'm glad I'm not the only one who knows about it. Maybe, A. Smith. We'll see.
Only improving through
I do find that nostalgic.
They found out which bits were the most dangerous because they killed the most people and they tried to fix them. The first potential hazard, the locomotive. An engine doesn't even have to be moving to be dangerous. And in fact, the first locos killed more workers when they were stationary.
Coffin carrier, oh dear.
And the driver and the fireman is the steam pressure.
Cool,
it's an
James.
incredible £160 per square inch. Now, when the train's moving, that steam's being expended driving the pistons. But when it's stationary, when it's static, it can build up. Now,
Indeed.
That's all very well with a welded steel boiler like this. But with early 19th century construction methods, it was a different matter.
Boom!
Nobody knows how many people died in boiler explosions on early steam locomotives, but it wasn't uncommon. The first two engines on the Stockton and Darlington exploded, killing their drivers and firemen.
Yes, if you're not careful with steam engines and managing their boiler pressure, steam engines can become steam bombs. Yes. Oh, by the way, guys, do you guys like the thumbnail that... I did have a thumbnail before, but about an hour before this stream, about 90 minutes before this stream, hang on, guys. About 90 minutes before this stream, Neon showed me a thumbnail that he drew for this stream showing my Dragon-Sona Aeroline and his Dragon-Sona Cobalt and Electro standing in front of a chalkboard while I give a lecture on railway safety. Well, my Dragon-Sona does. So, what do you all think of that? What do you all think of that thumbnail? I thought it was absolutely adorable. I had to use it. Australian railways, as was shown in the Magic Roundabout. Oh, yes. Duck was in trouble. I love that too, William. Yeah, the Magic Roundabout when the drill train blew up.
People died
Sorry, Stan. Hello, MLP fan. But do you guys like the new thumbnail that was drawn? I wonder if Victor and Odd will be here later too.
Engines on the Stockton and Darlington exploded, killing their
And
drivers and firemen.
charcoal.
The problem was this. It's a big pressure vessel, obviously. It's
Thanks,
a boiler,
John Murray.
but it's moving. It's constantly subject to working forces.
I learned a lot about
This
trains.
is a
My
modern
6,
boiler.
7-year-old
It's
self learned a lot about
pressure
trains
vessel,
through Mark
obviously.
Williams on
It's
the
a boiler,
rails, John
but
Murray.
It's moving. It's constantly subject to working forces. This is a modern boiler, beautifully engineered steel,
Cool.
hydraulic rivets.
This early engine, built in 1845, wasn't built with steel and hydraulic rivet guns.
Why not,
Its
MLP
boiler
fan?
was made of small wrought iron plates and rivets hammered by hand. It wasn't very exact.
Yeah.
Some of the victims of boiler explosions lie in Bromsgrove Churchyard, just south of Birmingham, near the Lickey Incline. In 1840, Thomas Scaife was only 28 when the locomotive he was working on blew up, killing him instantly.
Oh, nice.
His
Alright.
fellow railwaymen saved for over 2 years to create this memorial stone to their lost colleague.
Boiler
Hang
explosions
on.
were the biggest killers of drivers and firemen. When they went, they blew white hot chunks of metal over a quarter of a mile. Not very pleasant. What you needed, of course, was a safety valve on top of the boiler. This one here works with a spring. That holds it down, so it sets the safe pressure, and if it exceeds that, the steam blows out.
Yes, they are amazing, Stan, but they were a lot more dangerous than 20th century steam engines. I do like Victorian ones, though. As you know, I do really like Victorian ones, though. No, sir, it's the boiler. But yeah, as you're seeing here, Stan, 19th century engines were a lot more dangerous than 20th century ones.
The problem with the early ones is they had a fatal flaw. They were screwed in partially. So if you wanted to extract
I
more
see it,
pressure,
James.
more speed, you just screwed it in a bit further. One driver didn't like the sound of the safety valve, the sound it made with little bits of steam escaping, so he screwed it all the way in. So, when it finally blew, it took his ear off, so he never had to listen to it ever again.
And Ian needs to have a bath and get his dinner before he joins us. Yeah, it took... Yeah, driver... Yes, a boiler explosion took a driver's ear off, so he didn't have to listen to it. Not particularly. Well, yeah. 19th century steam engines are now fitted with much more safety features, but back when they were built, they were more dangerous than 20th century ones. You don't know what the safety valve is? Well, that's what it is. Reminds me of Percy. I see what you mean, John Murray.
Adjusting the safety valve was a practice that firemen and engine drivers could pay for with their lives. But whether they tampered with the valve or not, they still had no real way of knowing how much pressure the boiler could take. They were only tested to £20 per square inch over their working pressure, which only gave a 10% margin for error. And there was no test whatsoever for internal corrosion. A boiler blew in 1851, and it was found to be so badly corroded inside that parts of it were only 1/16 of an inch thick. Soon as the pressure built up, bang! It would have burst like an aortic aneurysm.
Yeah, I know, but train travel before 1850 was extremely dangerous, Stan. I'm sure you already know that. It's... MLP fan, do you mind? Heard the safety valve. Wasn't sure exactly what it was. Ah, yeah, I know. Even in the early days, they didn't happen all the time. Yeah, but it was still quite common. Just more than it did later on, exactly. Want to go to the train station with me? We're both going to France. Thanks, MLP fan. I didn't have time to show the rewinding, though.
As the number of lines increased throughout Britain, so did the death toll.
What is Stan? Hi, Salsul.
Exploding boilers were decimating
What's over the top,
workforce.
Stan?
Until in 1849, the government finally insisted that all boilers were to be properly pressure tested and always fitted with a pressure
Much
gauge
as you think,
before
I see.
crews were allowed to step on board
But as Mark
and risk their lives for the new railway companies.
But as Mark said, the first 2 engines on the Stockton and Darlington Railway exploded. We know that for a fact.
So hopefully your boiler construction is sound enough for it not to explode. But you've got another problem. This fire is burning at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The metal surrounding it would melt at half that temperature. Why doesn't it?
I see what you mean, Stan.
Because it's surrounded by water, the water in the boiler. That cools it down sufficiently. It acts as a barrier. Now, that's all fine as long as you've got enough water in your boiler. Otherwise it's all going to blow. So, you have to have a gauge.
Something that Mark doesn't mention is if the water level does run out and the boiler is at risk of exploding, engine crews can prevent disaster by dropping the fire. There's a lever in every cab to open a door underneath the firebox to drop the fire, so that the boiler can cool down before it explodes. And the thing that stops boiler explosions if the water level runs too low is the crown sheets. If the crown sheet acts as a barrier between the fire and the boiler, the firebox and the boiler. If the crown sheet melts, that's it, the boiler explodes. However, I found out on my RH&DR driver experience, I'll read the chat again in a second, I found out on my RH&DR driver experience that if the crown sheet were to melt on any of the RH&DR's engines, the water would fall onto the fire and put it out instantly, preventing a boiler explosion. So yeah, and I'm sure it's the same for standard gauge engines these days. So nowadays, there's virtually no chance of boiler explosions happening. A kid kept thinking that gold thing. As a kid, I kept thinking that gold thing in front of Emily's cab was her whistle. It was probably her safety valve. Well done, South Seoul. Guys, fun experiment to try at home. Turn your kettle on with normal water in. That's a joke. Please don't do that, guys. Why, Stan? What happens? Is it the same as... Is a kettle with no water in the same as a steam locomotive boiler with no water in? Bolts fly out as well before the boiler explodes? Maybe. I'm not too sure. Maybe not, as it's all like hydraulically riveted in. If you found it okay, thanks, MLP fan. Hello, Robert. So these are water gauges.
Had a simple glass tube for a water gauge, but these could easily snap, badly scalding the drivers. Later designs kept the
So what happens to the kettle? So what exactly happens to a kettle if you try turning it on with no water in? Because it's not like steam. It's not like a firebox. Kettles these days are electrically heated, aren't they?
For a water gauge, but these could easily snap.
All right, cool, Robert.
Badly scalding the drivers. Later designs kept the gauge covered, preventing another cause of serious injuries in the cab.
Boiler safety may have been improving, but it was replaced by an even more serious problem.
Yes, we did,
By
William.
1845, only 15 years after the first passenger...
So now we're moving on to
2,000
talking
miles
about
of track.
safety on the
But
tracks.
Safety on the line in the early days lagged dangerously behind. Railway mania was spreading. The speed of trains was increasing.
Hello, Cass. Are you going to
So
stay for a
were the
while
number
for
of
once?
collisions.
Trains were firing their way across Britain.
I see, but
Most
what
frequently,
would have
running on
happened with
single
older
track lines
kettles without
their way
those
across
safety
Britain.
features?
Most frequently, running on single track lines.
I don't even want to think
But the
about
trains
October.
travelling in both
This
directions.
year's going much too quickly.
Trains were firing their way across Britain.
Burn out and explode.
Most frequently, running on single
Why?
track
Because the
lines,
metal around them would
where
just
the trains
melt?
travelling in both directions
Cool.
have to share the same stretch of track.
I think I'm aware of
There
that,
had to be some way of
William.
controlling the movement of these massive engines, some way of signalling to the train drivers if they were heading for disaster.
Indeed.
The first line-side signals were given by
I have no
policemen,
idea who they
which
are.
is why signalmen
What that
are
is,
called
Cassie.
bobbies. Unable to speak to the driver, obviously. The only way they could indicate was by hand signals and flags. Thus,
Oh, happy birthday for Wednesday,
all
William.
clear, preferably with a white flag. Caution! Arm held above the head with a green flag.
Nowadays, it's green flag for all clear. The white flag isn't used for anything anymore. Nowadays, it's green for all clear and yellow for caution.
And stop.
Of course, we still use red for stop. The way he jumps about like that with his face.
According to the Regulations for Drivers and Firemen, Part 5, stop could also be signalled by waving any object with violence.
With violence.
The signalman had no way of knowing where a train was once it was out of view, which meant trains travelling in the same direction were always in
Hopefully we'll
danger
see him
of crashing
tonight,
into the
Martin.
rear of a slower train in front of them.
And the only way to keep the trains apart was to make sure they left the station 10 minutes behind each other. And as most Victorian policemen didn't possess a watch, they used one of these.
Good old-fashioned sand timer. Martin! That shot of Stepney puffing out with that brake van behind is awesome. And he turns it over again.
But what happened when there was danger on the line and a signalman waving a flag couldn't be seen?
Now fog detonators.
Bad visibility or falling snow, they
Indeed,
relied on
James.
sound. Fog detonators. An explosive charge held onto the rail by
This
a
was
lead
my
strand.
favourite part of the
So
episode.
when the loco went over it, it exploded
As a
and
kid.
warned the driver
Still there,
of imminent
Stan?
danger.
You can't
These should have been
can't
used in
see your message,
1865
Martin.
to warn a train of a missing piece of track. A train in which Charles Dickens was reading a proof of Our Mutual Friend.
Charles Dickens.
But the warning came too late. The
was a
train
very famous
derailed.
accident.
Dickens famously rescued some of the passengers and watched many others die. He was said later to writhe nervously whenever an express train gathered speed, and his shattered nerves contributed to his death only 5 years later to the day from the accident.
Onto the rail. When the train comes. Look very closely, you can actually see a bug on the rail there. Look, you can actually see a bug on the rail there. Little bug. And now it's dead as soon as the train reaches it. Stop! You can actually see it blasting like that. And of course, fog detonators were used in
That
one of the Redcliffe Railway Tales episodes.
By the middle of the 19th century, there was a railway building bonanza. As more and more people wanted to experience steam locomotion, the pressure grew to reduce the number of fatalities on the tracks.
As the system
Pressure.
expanded, things got more
Wonder
complicated.
if that was
More
a-
lines, more traffic,
an intentional
points were
joke.
introduced.
Hello,
lines
gamer.
started to cross each other. It's all very well having policemen controlling the traffic. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. They couldn't see very far, and they couldn't be seen very well either, especially in bad weather. The system needed improvement. How to improve the system was a subject for debate until 1842, when Charles Hutton Gregory adapted a piece of French revolutionary technology, le sémaphore,
Semaphore.
literally the sign carrier,
Semaphore
It was used
signals.
in relay stations to send messages to and
Exactly.
from the army. Napoleon
Smith.
loved it. Gregory adapted it to a simple binary system. This is the old type of semaphore signal. Very simple operation. This is all clear. There's nothing showing. No signal at all. Danger shows a semaphore signal.
Red signal.
So, a clear road ahead was indicated by no...
These Thomas stories were based on real-life railway events, so when I finally found out that they were all based on real-life railway events, suddenly it made a whole lot more sense to me, this story. What have you written in Morse code there, Stan?
That was about to be moved into a siding by the signalman to make way for the Flying Scotsman. Thundering sound, moving at its full speed, 50 miles an hour.
Oh, shit. Okay, excellent connection. Now it says excellent connection. We seem to be back. Right. As I was saying, this story... Yeah, we're back now. As I was saying, this story... this was before I realised that... Alright, Salsul. As I was saying... This was before I realised that all of Audrey's stories were based on real-life railway events. But once I did realise that, this story made a lot more sense to me with why it sounded so familiar to Henry's crash in the Flying Kipper. Anyway, let's hear Mark tell the story now.
When there was a danger, did anything show?
Is everyone still here?
This system led to a terrible accident on the night of the 21st of January in 1876. There was a massive snowstorm that night. People said they'd never seen flakes of snow so big. A huge gale blowing across the whole of the northeast of the country. Coming south from Peterborough was a...
So what was it you wrote in Morse code, Stan?
Moved into a siding by the signalman to make way for the Flying Scotsman. Thundering sound, moving at its full speed, 50 miles an hour. 1876, remember?
Yeah, not to be confused with the Flying Scotsman locomotive. Back then, there was a named train to the north called the Flying Scotsman to Edinburgh that the Great Northern Railway ran, and back then it wouldn't have been the Flying Scotsman locomotive, it would have been one of those Stirling single locomotives, so Emily's basis.
So, the signalman, in his cabin, pulls the lever to indicate danger, and he's amazed when he looks out of the window and sees the coal train still moving past. So, panic stations. Signalmen ran up the line and laid charges, small detonators that were clamped to the rail.
Detonators again?
So
that's what they look like after a train's run over them.
In the cab, they heard these explosions, so he slammed on his...
So what do you write in Morse code, Stan?
With all the snow and ice, the train skidded and was still moving about...
That's alright, William. Thanks for coming. See you next week.
He slammed on his anchors. But with all the snow and ice, the train skidded and was still moving about 15 to 20 miles an hour.
Thomas sound effect there.
The back of the last 6 coal trains, moving everything across the line.
The debris from the collision was strewn over a huge area, blocking both the north and southbound tracks.
Are you still there, Stan? I asked you what you wrote in Morse code.
Euston to Leeds Express was thundering north. It stood no chance, and ploughed into the wreckage of the coal trucks and the tender of the Flying Scotsman lying across the tracks.
That part of the story wasn't included in Audrey's book, another train crashing into the wreckage of the first 2 trains.
14 people were killed, mostly in the second collision. It was clear that something had gone awfully wrong with the signals. What had happened is that because of the snow and the ice, the signal had frozen down, and it was impossible to indicate danger. This fatal crash led to a change in design.
Alright, I'm up then.
From then on, the signal arm could no longer freeze in its box. It had to always be on view and could be easily moved from all clear to danger. This lever is connected to the signal by wires and pulleys, so when I pull it, the signal is activated. And at night, signalling...
I'm just check. Yeah, still connected to the internet.
Was all down to lights.
The electric light would have been a paraffin light originally. Shines through the red filter when the signal
Still at the
is in the
stream,
stop
Stan.
position. When it's in the proceed or all clear position, shines through the green filter. A bit like a traffic light.
Yeah.
Safety signalling was starting to improve. But for the new railway companies, which were often cash-strapped because of their huge initial investment, safety wasn't always their #1 priority. In 1876, there was a head-on collision when a signal cabin was manned only by one 15-year-old boy who was too small to pull the levers and who wasn't even supplied with any paraffin
My
to
stand
light the
disappeared
safety
too.
lamps.
But some of the companies were better than others. And as long as there were trained staff on the job, the technology to help them had now been invented.
The government's Board of Trade had an important influence on safety standards. But there were also individuals, engineers like Edward Tyre, who was a bit of a hero when it came to safety devices. Ed Tyre's most important invention was the staff system. On single tracks, it's important, obviously, to avoid head-on collisions.
Oh, you are still here.
To start,
Stan,
a police...
Stan, I asked you what it was you wrote in Morse code a bit earlier.
Was the staff system. On single tracks, it's
Go,
important,
Jenna.
obviously,
All right,
to
Martin.
avoid head-on collisions.
To start with, a
It's gotta be
policeman
more
on the
than 3
trackside
people watching.
used to hand over his truncheon and wouldn't let another train down the track until he had his truncheon back. Therefore, making sure there was only one train on the track at any one time. The beauty of Tyre's invention was
Yeah,
that once a token had been removed, his
Yeah, the
mechanism
token
would
system,
lock
a very
all the staff
famous
boxes
safety
down the
feature on
line,
trains. Find out for
ensuring
yourself.
no more tokens could be removed for that
What
stretch.
What is there a website where I can translate
Because of this, single track safety improved dramatically.
where I can translate
But when it came to
Morse
tracking
code
the
into
movement of
actual
trains
words?
through the larger expanding stations with more than one line, they turned to the all-new electric telegraph. Cables were laid between the signal boxes, and by sending electric pulses down the line, the signalmen could finally communicate directly with each other.
The signal box could now tell the next signal box down the line when a train had left the station and knew when it had arrived at the next station.
Right, I'll do that
Signal-
after we've watched this.
Railway companies were initially reluctant to install this system due to the cost, but once they realised they could offer the public a telegraph system and make a lot of revenue from it, they were all for it. So, to send this train off, first of all I call the next signal box Austin Keynes by telegraph. Wait for their reply.
Mr. Keynes.
There we go. I now tell the next box, Austin Keynes, by code what the train is. The golden arrow in this case. 4, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3, 4. Leave a gap. 1, 2. Leave a gap. 1. Hope Electro enjoys his trip on the Bluebell Railway.
So he knows what I'm talking about.
If you divide the line into sections, using the telegraph you can now find out where each train is, rather than just timing them out of a station and waiting for them to arrive at the next. It's a start of block signalling, and it meant a massive reduction in the number of head-on collisions, which is largely a good thing.
Right, just finished the 2 ciders.
But one of the greatest pieces of technology for saving lives on the railways was the interlocking system.
Oh yeah, the interlocking
Before its
system.
invention, a signal could indicate
Very
one thing,
famous piece of railway
but
safety
the points could be
technology.
set to something completely different.
So you see, there's a lot more
John
to railway
Saxby,
safety than
an
you think,
inventor,
guys.
created the
So it was
mechanism
invented by
which locked
John
the points
Saxby.
and signal changes together.
And this is how the interlocking lever system worked. I'm in the Exeter West box. I've just received notification on my block instrument that there is a down express that's from London passing through on its way to Plymouth, and I have to set the points and the signals to let that train through, but they have to be done in the right order.
In the right
So,
order.
first of all,
we set our relevant points. I'm using a rag here because signalmen were very, very house proud.
Oh, I wonder what
Then,
that means.
I have to lock that point.
House proud.
Black lever for points, blue
Does
lever
that
for
mean they
locking.
have semen all over the... Sorry.
Locked. And in order to stop a train overriding those two, we put the detonators on the relevant line. My favourite lever. The regulation was you had to stand 30 metres away from a detonator, so I think they will hear that. Okay, now set the signal.
Set the signal to green so the express can thunder through.
Right, that's all set. Once you've done that, you can't change these.
It's locked.
It's an interlocking system.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
It is brilliant.
John Saxby's interlocking idea is the basis behind all subsequent signal and point systems ever built.
Including the modern ones of
This
today.
is a big lad signal box.
So I believe the electrically operated boxes use like magnets for their interlocking systems. Still there, Stan? And look what Mark does in a second. He pretends that's a piano or a synthesizer. I always found that hilarious as a kid.
Right here. Crewe South Junction was even bigger. There were 5 boxes at Crewe, and in its heyday, there were 6 lines here.
It's like a piano.
Spaghetti Junction, the gravelly hill.
All those
railway system.
point indicators there.
There's an indicator here, and as you can see,
Pretend
we've
those
got
were all
miniature
piano
levers here,
keys.
because This is an electrically operated box. It's still the same block working system, and there's still the same interlocking levers, but now it's electrical. The indication is by electric. Right, train leaving for the north from platform 2. Okay, I've got my indicator set. Same system, we have to make sure that everything is set so the train can proceed properly. So, I change both my points, my route selector here.
Did you find that funny, Stan? How he Stan, did you find that funny? How he pretended that all those were piano keys?
I change both my points, my route selector here, and then I change my signal. And then I offer my train down to the section. Oh, quick!
Hello, Jacob. It probably looks familiar to you because I'm showing yet another episode of Mark Williams on the Rails. Here, he's showing us an electrically operated signal box. So yeah, this is the start of this railway safety stream.
Platform 2. Okay, I've got my indicator set. Same
Exactly,
system, have to make sure
A.
that
Smith,
everything is
exactly.
set.
That actually does look like a piano a little bit. Stan, did you find that funny, how he pretended that all those were piano keys?
Both my points, my route selector here, and then I change my signal. And then I offer my train down to the section.
The complete series of Mark Williams on the Rails, Jacob. Nice.
And transmit.
My granddad recorded each episode
Much
onto...
easier, much more efficient in terms of space.
Onto a
and also in
DVD.
terms of brawn. Signalmen can use their brains.
They could indeed.
After years of exploding boilers, melting fireboxes,
Didn't
and
even
fatal
see.
collisions,
Oh, right.
it was
Well, he
down to the
pretended
government
those were
to
all
intervene and stop the carnage
piano
on the railway.
keys.
In 1889, they pushed through the Regulation of the Railways Act, and finally, proper braking, block signalling, and interlocking was to be enforced by law on all lines. Early train travel was a dodgy business, and very scary, I shouldn't wonder. But then again,
Yep.
the early trains were the fastest things on the planet. Ways of controlling them had to be invented, but once those controls were fixed, trains became one of the safest ways of travelling. And, presuming the damn things turn up, they still are.
Indeed, so you guys do not have to worry if you ever travel by train. You have no reason to worry. Oh, and that's just a blooper outtake, so we'll leave that. Anyway, so what I want to show you guys... Do you see my cover? I will later, William. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to translate what Stan wrote in Morse code into words. Text to Morse. How do I do Morse to text, Stan? Planes are safer. Well, yeah, that is true, but... trains are still extremely safe. Stan, how do I do Morse to text? VHS on emulator? I'm not sure. It's not worth it. It just said... It just said Stan is cool. Yeah. Well, you are cool, Stan, so that's true. Okay, so what I want to show you guys next is a series of like 4 railway training videos about SPAD, which stands for Signal Passed at Danger. The common risk for trains passing signals at danger. But before we do that, I'm going to throw my cider cans away, go to the loo, and get some water. Hello, Felix. Welcome to the stream. I do need a poo, though, so I may be a bit longer than usual. But when I get back, I'll show you guys... those SPAD risk videos. There you are, MLP fan. In the meantime, you all know the drill. If anyone comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. Are you still there, James, by the way? I'll wait for you to answer me while I'm gone. Right, so just give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Ah, shit. Took the coaster with the glass. I'll be back, guys. Okay, I'm back. So... You still there, Stan? Right, so... Jacob was asked if I've seen the final season 16. I haven't seen the trailer, but I have seen those promotional images. And yeah, they are shite. Corporatisation was really making me sad. Oh, you said "tis I" in response to what MLP fans said. Right, so now I'll show you those 3 SPAD risk training videos. SPAD risk stands for signal past a danger. So yeah, in my eyes, arguably running a red train signal is worse than running a red traffic light, because it's not just like a few people in a car who are in danger. It's like up to hundreds of people on a train who are in danger when a red signal is run. And when the crash happens, the death toll can be horrendous. So, and later on, I'm going to show you a Seconds from Disaster episode that shows the true really bad risks of what can happen if a red signal is run. But for now, let's have a look at these training videos. Are you still there, Stan? Just want to know if you're still there, Stan. Right, let's begin. So these are proper training videos that were shown to network rail drivers in the early 2000s. Railtrack Southern Zone.
Southern Zone is Britain's busiest railway network. Each day the zone handles more than 8,500 train movements over its 2,890 miles of track. Nearly 3/4 London commuters alone travel our tracks every day.
Stan, would you agree that running a red railway signal is worse than running a red traffic light?
London commuters alone,
because I think it is.
Every day. Despite perceptions created by the media, we provide far and away the safest form of passenger transport. You are 6 times safer on a train than you are in your own car.
Exactly.
This doesn't, however, mean that we can afford even the slightest complacency. Just the opposite. Our primary concern to all of us is the signal passed at danger, or SPAD as it's known. The men and women who drive the trains that run over our system play a key part in reducing the SPAD risk. After all, when a
see if
SPAD
anyone
does
else
occur,
agrees
it's the
later.
driver who is directly involved, either as a result of his or her error or misunderstanding, or as a victim of someone else's error. One thing we can be sure about: no driver gets involved in a SPAD voluntarily.
Exactly.
Sitting at the front of a train puts him or her right in the most vulnerable position.
Well, if you run red lights on a road,
puts him or her right
car can smash right into you.
In a collision at the front of a train puts him or her right in the most vulnerable position. In a collision, the driver is the most likely to be killed or injured. In this programme, we'll take a look at some of the common SPAD risks, trying to understand the underlying causes and how to avoid making the mistakes that lead to a SPAD. Before we start to look at specific examples, it's important to understand that the risks we're talking about apply to all drivers, no matter what age or level of experience.
Exactly.
There's a commonly believed fallacy that SPADs only happen to the young or less experienced. The actual statistics prove this perception to be completely wrong. So let's begin by saying that none of us can afford complacency. The SPAD risk is there for everyone to be aware of. In this programme, we'll show you some typical SPAD risks. Once you become aware of these risks, you should be able to avoid them in the future.
Next signal not visible.
In our first reconstruction, you'll see an example of a very common SPAD risk.
Is everyone else still here? I know Stan is, but is everyone else still here?
In our first reconstruction, you'll see an example of a very common SPAD risk. As the train runs into the station, we can see that the platform starting signal is showing 1 yellow. The driver has cancelled the AWS, and the sunflower is showing the cautionary indication. The platform is on the so-called second man side, so as soon as the train stops, the driver crosses the cab and opens the side window. He hasn't set the DRA because the starter isn't at danger. While he's looking back along the train, awaiting the ready-to-start signal,
Jacob.
a passenger asks a question. He's
Class
trying to answer the
171
question when the conductor gives 2 on the bell.
in
Explaining to the passenger
Southwest
that
Trains
it's got to go,
livery.
he excuses himself and crosses the cab to start the train.
Bad trap.
The train is now gathering speed. Has the driver remembered that the last signal was at 1 yellow? The sunflower might remind him, but he's not looking. When the danger signal comes into sight, it's too late. He's simply going too fast to stop.
Spuds! You bastard!
The contributory factors are plain to see. The driver was distracted by the passenger's question. The next signal ahead, the one at danger, couldn't be seen when the train started away. In other words, there were distractions and nothing to remind the driver that the next signal ahead was at danger. But they were reminders. He just didn't pay them any attention.
Yeah.
Whenever you stop your train in any station platform that has a starting signal, before you move off, the golden rule is signal, platform, signal, action.
Yeah.
In other words, check the signal aspect first, attend to platform duties and receive the ready-to-start signal, then check the signal again before taking power. Whatever distractions you've encountered, the signal aspect should be the last thing you look at before you prepare to move.
No platform starting signal.
Here at Micheldever, on the London to Southampton main line, there's a particular trap for the unwary. Let's join our driver in the cab as we approach Micheldever from Worthing Junction. The next signal is showing 1 yellow. He cancels the AWS in the normal way, and we can see the yellow and black sunflower indication on the desk. Moments later, the train stops in Micheldever
Underwear
station.
neon. Oh, that
There are 2 things to take note of here. First, there is no platform starting signal. And second, the next signal ahead isn't visible because of the curvature of the line. The driver carries out his station duties as usual. There are no additional distractions, just looking back and receiving the ready-to-start signal.
Bad!
The train is accelerating rapidly when our luckless driver sights the danger signal.
You bastard of danger! You must be executed!
The luckless driver sights the danger signal. Once again, the elements of a potential SPAD are plain to see. The distraction of the
Chap's
station
gone a
stop
bit
at
dead.
Micheldever
Still there,
caused the
Stan?
driver to forget the cautionary. The distraction of the station stop at Micheldever caused the driver to forget the cautionary aspect at the previous signal, and he paid no heed to the sunflower indication when leaving the station. So how could he have prevented this lapse into forgetfulness? There was, after all, no cautionary indication when leaving the station, and the danger signal ahead wasn't visible. In this case, the driver failed to make use of a device provided in the cab for just such a purpose, the Driver Reminder Appliance, or DRA.
The DRA.
Had he set the DRA as soon as his train had stopped in the platform, it would have been there as that final reminder of the danger signal ahead when he tried to move off. So in this case,
Yeah, if you set the DRA, the
Use
train
the
simply will not
DRA.
move.
Use of
If
the
in
DRA
doubt, contact the
is
signalman,
Reminder
exactly.
Appliance, or DRA. Had
Really,
he set
A.
the
Smith?
DRA as soon as his train had stopped in the platform,
Robert.
it would have been there as that final reminder of the danger signal ahead when he tried to move off. So in this case,
So if you set the
remedy is
DRA,
simple.
even if you take
Use
power,
the
there's no
DRA.
way the train can move.
Use of the DRA in this situation.
It's basically
used when he tried
it's
to move
basically an
off. So in
auxiliary
this case,
brake,
the remedy
an
is simple.
auxiliary
Use
handbrake.
the DRA. Use of the DRA in this situation is mandatory. Check your rulebook.
Let's see. Rulebook.
In this next reconstruction, we'll see the development of a very serious SPAD risk arising from a simple an avoidable misunderstanding. The driver of this departing freight train has his cab ahead of the starting signal. Of course, the signal will remain at danger whatever happens, because the train's leading wheels are occupying the track circuit ahead of the signal, maintaining it at danger. The only way our driver can get authority to proceed is verbally from the signaller. Watch what happens.
Signal box here, Ivor.
So he's doing just that, Stan, contacting the signalman.
Signal box here, Ivor.
Hello mate, this is the driver on train 4404 from Donald's Moor to Calais, standing at Alpha Delta 799. My cab's ahead of the signal, so I don't know if I've got the road or not yet.
Yeah, that's alright, mate. I'll get you to shove back when the other bloke's got the road.
Oh, Neon's coming in a few minutes, guys.
4404 from Donald's Moor to Calais, standing at Alpha Delta 799. My cab's ahead of the signal, so I don't know if I've got the road or not yet.
Yeah, that's alright, mate. I'll get you to shove back when the other bloke's got the road.
Right on it, mate. Cheers. Bye.
Why didn't this driver get the other guy, the signaller, to elaborate on what he meant? Alright, cool, MLP fan. Because I wasn't sure what he meant either. I would have asked him to elaborate on what he meant before trying to move off. Can you elaborate? Sorry. He's past it at danger. He must now be executed. Passing a signal at danger is the most unforgivable railway crime. Do you guys agree?
This type of Category A SPAD could have resulted in a very serious collision, but it should never have been possible. The driver and
He wanted him to back up so he could see the signal. Oh, well, why didn't the driver back up? Why didn't the driver back up to begin with? Why didn't the driver back up to begin with, Stan, even without contacting the signaller?
This type of Category A SPAD could have resulted in a very serious collision, but it should never have been possible. The driver and signaller clearly didn't understand each other. They didn't even
What do
try.
you mean, oh crap, Jacob?
Interestingly, the driver used the phonetic alphabet when giving the train reporting number and signal details, just as he should have done. But when the signaller replied, using sloppy slang language and without repeating the message, our driver just accepted it without further question, and then lapsed into slang himself. Worse still, he didn't really understand what the signaller had meant, and so made a sweeping and disastrous assumption.
Yeah.
Neither of them used the correct radio discipline, and neither of them repeated back the message.
Because you're not really supposed to make major moves like that without permission. I see. I see what you mean.
When the signaller replied, using sloppy slang language and without repeating the message, our driver just accepted it without further question, and then lapsed into slang himself. Worse still, he didn't really understand what the signaller had meant, and so made a sweeping and disastrous assumption. Neither of them used the correct radio discipline, and neither of them repeated back the messages they were given. Accuracy of communication and understanding is a vital element of railway safety.
Indeed it
Every
is.
professional railwayman should take pride in oral communication skills.
Yeah, I see what you mean,
And
Stan.
understanding is a vital element of railway safety. Every professional railwayman should take pride in oral communication skills, practicing and perfecting them at every opportunity. It's not smart to use slang.
Is it?
Resulting misunderstanding can cause death or injury. Let's rewind the scene and get our driver and signaller to do the job properly.
Good afternoon, this is Ashford Signalling Centre Workstation 5. Please state your message. Over.
Hello, Ashford Signalling Centre. This is the driver of train number 4404 from Donald's Moor to Calais, standing at Alpha Delta 0799. My train is in advance of your signal. I shall require your verbal authority to pass Alpha Delta 0799 at danger. Over.
It sounds so robotic here.
4404. I understand that your train
Exactly,
is in
Jacob.
advance of Alpha
But it
Delta
doesn't have.
799.
But clear verbal communication doesn't have to sound robotic like this.
Driver of 4404. I understand that your train is in advance of Alpha Delta 799 signal. You do not have authority to move your train. I have signalled a conflicting move. Please stand by and wait further instructions. Over.
This is the driver of 4404. I'm confirming that I do not have authority to pass signal Alpha Delta 0799 at danger. I shall not move my train until I have instructions to do so.
I'm back.
I am standing by for further instructions.
Vibing to songs from Silent Train Station. Okay, welcome back, James. So at the moment we're talking about SPAD risks. So that's the risks of trains passing signals at red, and how drivers and signalmen prevent
I'm
SPADs.
confirming that I do not have authority to pass signal Alpha Delta 0799 at danger. I shall not move my train until I have instructions to do so. I am standing by for further instructions. Out.
More strict than bloody air traffic control. It is a lot more strict, Stan. I can clearly tell that. Having downloaded the ATC radio app and listening into the radio transmissions at Dublin Airport today and yesterday, I can clearly see that railway radio communications seem to be a lot more strict than air traffic control radio communications. Yes, Stan, you will be pleased to know that I have downloaded that. And the reason I've been listening to Dublin Airport's radio communications is because I'm planning on tracking Electro's flight when he comes over to me tomorrow.
Over.
And I want to listen to his flight's radio transmissions.
To move your train. I have signalled a conflicting move.
It's called Live ATC, Stan.
Over.
This is the driver of 4404. I'm confirming that I do not have authority to pass signal Alpha Delta 0799.
Yeah, well I used the app.
I shall not move my train until I have instructions to do so. I am standing by for further instructions. Out.
Where your leading cab is ahead of the starting signal,
Oh, cool, James.
the signal is held at danger because your leading wheels have actuated the track circuit. The only authority to move is the authority to pass the signal at danger. In the last reconstruction, the signaller instructed the driver not to move his train and to await further instructions. As the signal in question, Alpha Delta 799, is at the interface of Railtrack Southern Zone and Eurotunnel Administration, when the signaller does authorise the driver to pass this signal at danger, he does so by dictating information which the driver must write down on what is known as a livre formulaire.
So a French thing.
Good afternoon. This is Ashford Signalling Centre Workstation 5. Driver 4404, please prepare procedure 001. Right, authority is given to driver of train 4404 to pass signal Alpha Delta 799 at danger and proceed at caution to signal Alpha Delta 825. Reason number 4, driving cab ahead of signal, points ahead secured for down goods line. Over.
Driver of train 4404, I confirm. Signal box Ashford, date 090301, time 1330 hours. Authority is given to driver of train 4404.
I think he's answered that before in a
to
previous
pass
stream.
signal Alpha Delta 799 at danger and
I've
proceed
milked
at
out the
caution
stream
to
now,
signal
she's just let me
Alpha
know.
Delta 0825. Reason is number 4, driving cab ahead of signal, points ahead secured for down goods. Is that correct? Over.
That is correct, driver. Your authorisation number is Alpha Delta 5 1330. Over.
Okay, my authorisation number is Alpha Delta 51330. Is that correct? Over.
That is correct, driver. Ashford signals out.
But whatever procedure is currently in place, the message here is plain and simple. Don't move until you are 100% sure that you've understood the instructions and you have confirmed you do have the authority.
Yep.
always use the correct radio procedure, always use the phonetic alphabet, and always repeat back any messages or instructions. Simple as that.
Pretty much the same as air traffic control rules, starting against a signal at danger.
In our last reconstruction,
Listen
we'll look
to
at a
announcements.
particularly common SPAD risk, the so-called start against. This train is driver-only operated and has just stopped in a platform where the starting signal is at danger. It's a 10-car train, so he's had to pull right up to the signal. Now he's attending to platform duties, watching the monitors. Once everybody's aboard, he closes the train doors, checks the monitors again, then takes power. But the signal is still on.
He's forgotten to check the signal.
Immediately beyond the signal, two running lines converge.
So this could have been a very nasty collision.
Although he knew that the signal was on when he stopped, he failed to set the DRA. Mistake number one. Once the train doors had closed and the mirrors and monitors checked for the last time, he completely failed to check the signal aspect before taking power. Mistake number two.
Yep.
The avoidance of this serious SPAD risk involves two simple actions. First, always set the DRA in this situation. It's mandated in the rulebook.
So that's
This
basically a
action alone
handbrake.
would have prevented the subsequent SPAD. Second, always carry out the proper platform routine. Whether you're DOO or you have a guard, it's the same basic drill. Signal, platform, signal, action. Let's just look at that again. When you get the starting bell or the ready to start signal, check the signal aspect first. If the signal is off, check that the platform is clear and it's safe to move. Now check the signal.
DRA should be set at every stop just to be safe. Yeah, that makes sense, Dan. That sounds sensible to me, I guess, though it would get tedious for drivers having to remember to set it if they're driving commuter trains with lots of stops.
Check the signal aspect first. If the signal is off, check that the platform is clear and it's safe to move. Now check the signal again before taking action. If you follow this simple routine, you'll never have a start against SPAD.
Indeed.
Well, no driver deliberately sets out.
Okay, this is just a boring little bit here, so let's skip to the second programme on SPADs. There's more ways SPADs can occur, so I'll show you the other programmes.
In the second of our programmes on SPAD risks, we'll take a critical look at 4 more common risk situations.
The
Our
music
first
in this
risk
is
situation
awesome.
results from distraction.
Distraction, very common risk. Being distracted when driving trains, there isn't just a risk of running signals at danger, there's risks of lots of other things happening, like
This
missing
tamping machine
obstructions
is
on the
being
line
driven
and
by a-
such. Hello Neon,
tamping
lovely to
machine
see you,
is being-
and thanks again for drawing that lovely thumbnail for this stream, it's very cute. It's a very cute thumbnail you drew of us, so it's like me, you, and Electro teaching us about railway safety, despite you two not knowing as much about it as me. So yes, the risk of distraction,
This
Neon.
tamping machine is being driven by a trainee. Sitting
Wonder when
alongside him
Odd will show
is a
up.
driver instructor whose job it is to supervise the trainee's performance and give specific instructions where necessary. However, the instructor has just started to explain a technical matter concerning the machine's braking system. This is not really an appropriate time to be doing this, particularly as they are approaching a single yellow aspect.
Maximum
The
speed,
trainee
60
driver
miles an
is
hour.
trying to concentrate on the road ahead, but is clearly distracted by the instructor. Shortly after passing the yellow signal, the instructor's lengthy technical explanation is interrupted by a mobile phone ringing. It's his. As the DI answers his call, the trainee sees the
Neon.
danger signal immediately ahead. He makes an emergency brake application, but it's too late.
So it wasn't really the trainee's fault, it was the instructor's fault.
Now, the primary cause of this SPAD was distraction, caused by the driver instructor's inappropriate technical explanation. Your company's instructions on cab etiquette make it quite clear that any person riding with a driver should not discuss any issues when running under cautionary signals or approaching a danger signal. Of course, the DI would have every right to give the trainee verbal instructions on handling the train in these circumstances, but he shouldn't have been discussing technical issues. A secondary distraction was caused by the mobile phone. If you're riding with any driver...
Yes, that's what Neon's drawing was about, John.
...have been discussing technical issues. A secondary distraction was caused by the mobile phone. If you're riding with any driver, and particularly if you're acting as an instructor, your mobile phone should be switched off.
Indeed.
Other minor distractions, which may seem almost irrelevant, can easily be a SPAD risk. Distractions like simply taking a sandwich from your bag.
Yep.
The third factor in this unfortunate incident was one of familiarity. The DI was familiar with both the route and the trainee, and as a result, took his eye off the ball. The trainee was familiar with the DI and trusted him to give proper instructions on the danger signal ahead. They were both wrong.
Yeah, but really it was the driving instructor who caused that SPAD. It wasn't the trainee's fault.
This driver is approaching a large terminus station, London Cannon Street.
What have you sent Neon,
tracks,
Stan?
London Cannon Street. Because of the multiple tracks, there are a number of signals on the gantry ahead. To add to the potential confusion, the approach is on a sharp right-hand curve. The driver has the train nicely under control when a signal on the gantry ahead clears to a single yellow with route indication 5. Taking this to be his signal, the driver...
Honestly, all the drivers should drink alcohol so they are hydrated before... Just a drawing? Oh, I know what you mean. You already sent it to me. Drink alcohol so they are hydrated before... No! Alcohol can make them drunk and miss signals. If they're gonna be hydrated, they should drink water.
When a signal on the gantry ahead clears to a single yellow with route indication 5.
So that means platform 5.
Taking this to be his signal, the driver takes power. At a speed of about 15 miles per hour, a train suddenly overtakes him on the near side track. But wait a minute, only one signal was off. And now he realises it wasn't his.
No, indeed. So he didn't read the signal correctly. There were multiple signals and he didn't read them correctly.
An emergency brake application brings his train to a stop in the signal overlap, and a potential collision is avoided. But it could have had disastrous results.
Yeah.
The cause of this SPAD is what's known as a misread. The driver took a signal cleared for another line to be his own. And to eliminate this kind of SPAD risk requires a certain cautiousness on the part of the driver.
Yeah, this was an issue that Toby had in the Thomas episode Signals Crossed. So many signals, he couldn't read which one was his.
Complex multi-track locations, like the approaches to big terminus stations, be aware of the danger of taking a signal to be yours when in fact it isn't. If you're not absolutely sure, draw slowly up to the signal, being fully prepared to stop. As you get closer, it will become obvious which signal is actually yours. The basic defence here is not to make assumptions.
Yes, Neon.
Be absolutely sure.
Exactly. Chasing aspects. Now on British Railway, when I've been playing British Railway on Roblox, I've been guilty of this, chasing aspects, and as a result I've had a SPAD because of this before in British Railway on Roblox.
Drivers understand that they have a duty to run their trains to time where possible. However, some of us, especially in dense traffic areas, get into the habit of chasing aspects. Now, this might help to keep the timings tight, but it's a practice that's fraught with risk.
Exactly.
This driver is running at line speed under cautionary signals. He figures that the train up ahead is also running at line speed and will keep doing so. The signals will be clearing ahead, so he'll keep going. He's chasing the aspects. But what happens when that train up ahead slows to that temporary speed restriction that our driver has forgotten about? The signal ahead hasn't dropped off now, and we're travelling too fast to stop at it.
Yeah.
If you chase aspects, one day this will happen to you.
Indeed, Stan. Start with a double yellow aspect, the next signal will display a signal aspect. Usually there'll be a repeater. That basically means the next signal shows the same aspect. I see. Still proceed with caution, indeed. That's not true, Stan. Last time I went on a lot of the trains I get, not all of them, but most of the trains I get to and from London run on time. Ensuring the stopping distance is calculated right, indeed. Yeah, but in the case of chasing aspects, once the train clears a block section, the signal ahead will clear to a single yellow. The signal in the previous block section will clear to a single yellow. So the signals keep on clearing until the train ahead slows down, and then that causes a chasing aspect, and then that causes a chasing aspect span.
The signal ahead hasn't dropped off now.
Indeed, Neon.
And we're travelling too fast to stop at it. If you chase aspects, one day this will happen to you. Either the train up ahead will unexpectedly slow down, or the signaller will hold a signal at danger for a conflicting movement. Either way, you'll find yourself running too fast to stop in the distance left to you.
I know, James, I can tell.
Chasing aspects, or anticipating that a danger signal ahead will clear in time, is an example of bad train handling technique. It's foolhardy and will lead you into trouble.
Yes,
Take a look at your company's defensive driving instructions and follow the advice.
Infrastructure alterations. This can also cause SPAD risks.
The ongoing programme of renewing and modernising the railway means that
Oh, this is Ashford International. This was filmed at. I thought it wasn't great, boosted by motivation to draw, though. I thought it was pretty good too, Stan. Certainly, both of you and Electro can certainly draw better than I ever could. Signal blocks are too close together in BR. It makes for much more of a challenge. Yes, Neon, that, I think, is the cause of frequent SPADs. It's not player inexperience. It's simply that the signal blocks in BR are too small. So as I was saying, this shot looks like it was filmed at Ashford International. You can clearly see HS1 under construction at the time over there.
The ongoing programme of renewing and modernising the railway means that drivers have to cope with frequent changes in infrastructure and signalling, and such changes always present risks due to unfamiliarity. To ensure that you're aware of alterations to the infrastructure, full details are published in the weekly and periodic operating notices, while major alterations to track layout and signalling are also covered in the published schematics with the familiar yellow covers.
Yep.
In addition to the published notices, you may be briefed on all significant changes or alterations to the signalling and infrastructure by a driver standards manager. These briefings might take the form of a simple chat about the changes, or they might include full audio-visual presentations. Sometimes, in the case of major re-signalling schemes, a video program or a computer-generated presentation might be made available, which shows in graphic form the new signalling and track layouts. The really important thing is your responsibility to familiarise yourself with these changes.
Looks like it is,
using
Neon.
whatever information is provided, so that there is no risk of error due to unfamiliarity. As in our earlier programme, we've tried to highlight some common SPAD risks. Once we're aware of these risks and the sometimes deceptive traps that lead us into them, we can avoid them by simply changing the way we do our job.
Another drawing? Oh, awesome, Stan.
Driving trains safely. If you have any comments on this programme or ideas for the future, please speak to your DSM. If we all share our ideas and experiences, together we can try to eliminate SPAD risks.
Indeed. Right, next programme. SPAD Risk 3.
This is the third programme in our series SPAD Risk. Once again, we're going to look at 4 fairly common risks and think about how these potentially dangerous situations could have been avoided. I'm here at the new South West Trains simulator facility in Basingstoke. These simulators are able to recreate a wide and varied range of weather conditions and operational abnormalities so that drivers can get a hands-on experience, which would otherwise be impossible. This type of training is yet another method of ensuring the safety of train operations. Let's go down the Bournemouth line and look at our first reconstruction.
Low-angle sunlight.
The driver of this Virgin Voyager is heading east on an early summer morning. The sun is unusually bright and is at a low elevation because of the time of day. Because he's following a Weymouth to Waterloo service, he's running under cautionary signals and controlling the train speed accordingly. But he's having trouble actually seeing the signal aspects, with the AWS being unable to differentiate between cautionary and danger aspects.
Yes. Now this is what caused the disaster, the train disaster we're going to cover later when I show you guys an episode of Seconds from Disaster.
The signal up ahead.
To show you all what can really happen, what the true dangers of what can happen if trains pass signals at red.
Between cautionary and danger aspects. The signal up ahead, because of the low sunlight, seems to be clear to a single yellow. But does it? He can't really be sure. He lets the train run on, but the signal hasn't cleared and too late, he sees the red aspect. Although the driver thought he was employing the correct defensive driving techniques while running under cautionary signals, the fact that he was having difficulty in actually discerning the aspect shown means that he should have been fully prepared to stop at the signal, whatever. When push came to shove, he wasn't. It can be equally difficult to discern aspects when the sun is low behind you. Take a look at these examples.
That, for me, that would be like impossible to distinguish what the aspect was.
In these tricky lighting conditions, you should always be fully prepared to stop at the signal. If this causes late running, so be it. Don't take chances on aspects you can't properly see. And don't forget to report the problem to the signaller. It could prevent one of your mates making a bad mistake.
Next one is no aspect at all. This is an interesting one.
When we're talking about aspects that can't properly be seen,
Are Neon and Stan still there?
Circumstance, but one which has caught many drivers in the past: the signal that's out. Now, the rulebook is quite clear that the signal that's out or failing to display an aspect must be taken to be a danger signal. This driver has just passed a distant signal showing a yellow aspect, and so he's braking the train. Ahead, but not yet visible, is a 4-aspect controlled signal protecting Petersfield. Due to an electrical failure, this signal is not displaying any aspect. It's out. As the train approaches the signal, the AWS warning horn sounds. The driver cancels it without thinking. Because there's no aspect showing, he fails completely to notice the defective signal. He thinks he's had a proceed aspect, or an AWS warning associated with an emergency, temporary or permanent speed restriction. It's not until the TPWS train stop loop intervenes that he realises something's wrong.
Yeah, there's a difference between AWS and TPWS. AWS warns drivers of upcoming cautionary or danger signals, and here, alright Neon. Yeah, it is indeed a Wessex Electric Neon. So the AWS simply warns drivers of upcoming cautionary or danger signals, and the PTWS and the TPWS, which I think stands for Train Protection Warning System, which stands for Train Protection Warning System, actually stops a train if it passes a signal at danger to prevent disaster, but not all, welcome back Martin, but not all signals are fitted with PTWS track circuits, so, and this is what caused the disaster. I'll be showing you guys later.
The TPWS train stop loop intervenes that he realises something's wrong. Had the defective signal not been TPWS fitted, a collision might easily have resulted.
Indeed.
Where did our hapless driver go wrong? Well, quite simply, by failing to observe the signal which was out. It's true that it wasn't very visible. At night, it might have been completely invisible. However, there are two important factors here. Firstly, the AWS warning horn should have alerted him. And secondly, his route knowledge should have told him that there's a signal at that location. So what action should he have taken? Well, we can use the simulator. I'm approaching the failed signal, but even if I can't see it yet, the AWS horn will bring it sharply to my attention. I can now see that it's out.
Cancel it.
An emergency brake application will stop the train in good time.
Yes, it will.
A radio call to the signalling centre reports the defect and position of the train.
Now, this one is an interesting span, Chris.
This Class 377 Electrostar driver is approaching Bossum Station under cautionary signals.
So I believe this is on the West
Approaching
Coastway
Bossum
line
Station
from Brighton
under
to
cautionary
Southampton.
signals. As he runs into the platform, he can see the starting signal at danger, and so he brings the train to a stand. Now this service is not booked to call at Bossum, so instead of releasing the train doors, he
Bossum
simply
sounds like
waits a change of aspect. However, immediately ahead of the platform is Bossum AHB crossing. On this particular day, the crossing is under man.
Okay, and I think we're back. Yeah, I think we're back. So, as I was saying, to be fair, this is a, very confusing situation, with a red signal showing there and the green hand signal showing as well. It is very confusing. Are you still there, Stan? It is very confusing.
Authority to pass the signal at danger. He sounds the train horn and proceeds.
I don't know, John Murray.
He is now heading for potential disaster.
We have been having internet problems. So yeah, to be fair, this is a very confusing situation. I'm gonna go for until 10:40 tonight to make up for this. Request to pass signal at danger, permission granted. So if I were the driver of this train, I'd get out of the cab and ask the hand signaller exactly what he means by the hand signal, and if he knows whether or not the signal is red.
Never mind what the hand signaller should or should not have done. This SPAD was purely and simply the fault of the driver.
When I was a kid, I didn't think I agreed with what he said about it being the fault of the driver, but now I do kind of understand.
Never mind what the hand signaller should or should not have done. This SPAD was purely and simply the fault of the driver. No hand signal is authority to pass a signal at danger unless accompanied by a specific and unambiguous verbal instruction.
And speak them to ensure.
The hand signaller had no idea whether the signal was on or
exactly,
off, and was solely concerned with the safety of the level crossing.
Oh.
The message is one we've repeated many times. Don't make assumptions.
Yep.
And never pass a signal at danger without the full and correct authority. If in any doubt, speak to the signaller personally.
Or you speak to the signaller. Now this one is a very avoidable SPAD.
We'll take a look at a SPAD that resulted from a mindset familiar to all of us, but a dangerous one for all that. Squaring up to go home. This freight driver has just brought his container train into Heather Green Yard.
Wonder where Electro is. Wonder if he'll be joining us. Martin, it's fine. We're
The shelter
back.
is uncoupling, and as soon as the engine is released, he'll be light to depot.
Okay, mate, thank you. Cheers.
The ground-mounted position light signal ahead is cleared for movement towards the arrival road, so away he goes.
Why are ground-mounted signals either a thing? They're very hard to see.
With an occasional glance at the road ahead, our driver is now putting on his HVV and stowing his things away. He's in a hurry to get away. He's certainly not looking where he's going.
Big mistake.
The next position light signal protects the connections to the lee spur.
This is honestly worse than not looking where you're going when you're driving. Neon, Stan's already answered me with this, but Neon, do you agree that a train running a red signal is worse than a car running a red light? Exactly, Neon. Do you agree that a train running a red signal is worse than a car running a red light?
And it's on.
Because I think it is.
But our hasty driver hasn't even noticed it. And crossing the up lee spur, enters the depot as though nothing has happened. In fact, he's very lucky to have avoided either a collision or a derailment. And he certainly won't be getting home soon now.
Yeah, because if the signal was on, the catch point could be set to protect the yard, causing the loco to derail.
The moral of this story is simple. Whether you're driving a train on the main line or a light engine in the yard or depot, the job requires 100% of your attention 100% of the time.
Exactly. Well, running a red light on the road can lead to much more worse than a crash. It's more unpredictable. Well, yes, but far more... Exactly, Jacob. But yes, well, far more people can be killed or injured when a train runs a red signal, isn't that right?
Some of the situations we've looked at will be familiar to many of you, and it's true we can all make mistakes. But in this job...
When you run a red signal in a train, at least you have time to react in slow before anything does come into view. Well, yeah, but as I just said, Neon, far more people can be killed or injured if a train runs a red signal than if a car runs a red light.
Mistakes can have very serious consequences. By understanding the inherent risks, you can ensure that you don't get involved in a SPAD.
Now this one is a very interesting program. I don't think we'll watch the last two because I've never seen SPAD indicators and putback before, so I don't really know what to expect with those videos, but I'll just show you guys this because I do find this interesting too. And then I'll show you guys the Seconds from Disaster episode where a SPAD resulted in a major collision and multiple fatalities. But anyway, let's watch this for now. Red signals can lead to disaster. How much busier roads can be? Yeah, I see, but on trains, running red signals can lead to, like, up to hundreds of fatalities. Follows red lights anyway. Seriously, Stan? That really sounds like a recipe for disaster to me. Passing a red signal that went over a motorcycle, that's going to be fatal. Exactly.
On November the 29th, 2001, driver Gordon Harrington left Stirling Station bound for Glasgow Queen Street at the end of a long shift. Unfortunately for Gordon, Stirling middle signal number 70 was at danger,
an old semaphore one,
and he missed it.
I've been a driver for 20
Right, I'll let you guys
years.
enjoy this. I just need to run to the loo.
28 years.
I'll just let you guys enjoy this. I'll be back in a
I've been
second,
health and
guys.
safety for as left
Just give me
10
30
years.
seconds.
I have taken part in signal sighting committees. I have taken part in cab environment committees, and yet on this particular day, it happened to me. Do not let it happen to you.
We're going to see 3 real-life SPAD incidents, reconstructed and analysed. In the interests of a safer railway, these 3 drivers are prepared to relive and speak openly about events they would much rather forget. Back in November, Gordon Harrington's eventful day began like any other, signing on at Glasgow at 3:15 in the afternoon, and the early part of the shift went smoothly enough. Things started to go wrong after Gordon took a scheduled PNB at Perth at 6 o'clock and left for Dundee driving another unit. This service was already running behind schedule when it was held at a signal to give priority to another train which was about to cross the Tay Bridge. As a consequence of this delay, by the time Gordon left Dundee, his train was running 35 minutes late.
And I'm back.
Because of
So yeah, the
this,
driver's train is running
decided
35 minutes
somewhere
late.
else that my train back, because I've got a very short turnaround time of
Yeah,
only
it is
15
indeed a
minutes,
158 Neon. I knew you'd be
decided-
pleased about that.
It was decided somewhere else.
Which
that
is stupid
my
how they'd
train
rather
back,
just
because
take the
I've got a very
risk.
short turnaround time of only 15 minutes at Aberdeen. It was
Into its
decided
predecessor, what, the
by somebody else
156
that the
Neon?
train back would be worked so far down for me, and I would swap over.
God, even
There was a
that's
change to his booked diagram. To make some sense of the timetable, another driver was going to take over his return service. Gordon was instructed to make a special stop and swap over to another southbound train. This meant that he would miss his next rostered PNB.
On leaving Perth, I should have gone up to Aberdeen and had a 15-minute turnaround at Aberdeen, which is long enough to go to the toilet, get a cup of tea, stretch your legs. On this particular day, because we were running late, the train was swapped over at Port Lethen, so it's a very quick get out of one train onto the other.
At this point, Gordon's difficult day was about to get worse. On top of everything else, he had to cope with a serious engine fault, a loss of pressure in the main reservoir.
And what I noticed was that by shutting the throttle so far...
Is that true,
stopped the
Neon? I
early
didn't
cap-
know
And what I
that.
noticed was that by shutting the throttle so far, stopped the early captaining. So it was a fine measure of giving it enough throttle to get going, but not giving it too much that I was in danger. It can be very stressful trying to drive a train that you know at any minute could break down. It's more stressful at night when following services are limited. You know then that if something happens, you're going to have problems getting assistance. It's stressful in the sense on that particular occasion because it was the end of my shift. I was just wanting home.
Knowing that the unit was in urgent need of repair before it could go into service again, Gordon completed the fault report as soon as he could. When the train made its approach to Stirling Station just before 11 o'clock, Gordon had been driving non-stop for just over 3.5 hours. No chance to stretch his legs, use the loo or have a cup of tea. This is when things went really wrong.
Oi, you're going to fax me that off the control, please? At that particular moment, a passenger who got off my train inquired about the connecting train that had already left, and he started to argue with the man on the platform. And in the ensuing melee, I never set the DRA.
Oh no.
As the man argued with the platform attendant, platform staff argued with the platform attendant.
Oh, that's the other guy we've been looking at.
Platform
giving
staff engaged the
safety
conductor
briefings.
the right away. The conductor immediately just shut the doors and gave me the 2 buzzers to go. I took this and started to move the set, but because I had a problem with it, and because once again on leaving Stirling there was another incline, I checked
Oh,
where the
Neil.
air was and watched it for the couple of Stirling there was another incline. I checked where the air was and watched it for the couple of seconds just to make sure everything was okay. I then looked up and saw that the signal was still at danger. The weather conditions were not favourable. It was showery with a gentle mist, so the signal was very hard to see, and not only that, the track was very damp. So when I put the brake into emergency, the set just continued to slide, and unfortunately we passed the signal by about a coach and a half. The consequences, had the train continued, could have been a lot graver, because there was a train arriving at another platform and crossing the front of me. So the consequences could have been grave.
It's impossible to reproduce the precise weather conditions
Yeah.
of that.
First switch went. Oh, nice, Neon. Very nice. Oh, indeed, Stan.
The platform and crossing the front of me. So the consequences could have been grave.
It's impossible to reproduce the precise weather conditions of that murky November night, but even in summer conditions, when we reconstructed the incident, signal 70 was hard to make out from the driver's cab. How much does signal design and the general infrastructure contribute to SPAD risk? We asked ScotRail's operational standards manager, Robert Plant.
The biggest problem we
So you
have
had
with
lots of
infrastructure
factors
maintainer
combined
is
to
in
cause
terms
that
of signal
bad.
design and installation. They realise that now.
It's fine,
they realise
Neon.
that, they can't just
Still
plan
there,
a signalling
James.
scheme, go along
I know Jacob
and
and Martin's
institute
still
that
there.
signalling scheme, and that we, the train operator, just have to comply with it and drive to their design. That's not the case. This involves.
Nor would
go
I.
along
This was
and institute that
just
signalling
extreme
scheme,
bad
and that we,
luck.
the train
Lots of
operating
factors
scheme,
combined,
go
and it was
along
just
and
extreme bad
institute
luck.
that signalling scheme,
And nothing
they just-
happened.
They realise
No
that
one was
now.
hurt in
They
the
realise
incident.
that, they can't just plan a signalling scheme, go along and institute that signalling scheme, and that we, the train operator, just have to comply with it and drive to their design. That's not the case.
Alright,
This
cool,
involves planning, detailed planning with the train operators involved, so that at a very early
Sonic
stage
3
in the
train.
design process, SPAD risk is identified.
It wasn't only Gordon Harrington who got it wrong that night. The station attendant and the guard should both have checked the signal before clearing the train for departure.
I believe in the industry been very hard on drivers over the last few years, but the SPAD problem's much wider than that. It involves much more people. You have station dispatchers, you have conductors, you have signallers. They're all involved, so it's not solely a driver's problem. The rail industry has lacked for years technical aids
Oh, cool, James.
to terrain driving.
Why would they do that, though, James?
It is available in the world.
Yes.
Automated
Third rail.
trains that don't run by red signals. Things are beginning to come right in the UK now with the advance of TPWS and ERTMS in the future.
Gordon Harrington belongs to a generation of drivers who came into the industry when things were very different. Statistically, are these older drivers more likely to have SPADs than their younger colleagues?
We are probably more at risk from the inexperienced drivers. Having said that, training of train drivers nowadays, I believe, is far more advanced than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. The downside to that is that drivers would say that about 20 years ago we did an apprenticeship, and you virtually sat beside a driver for 5 years before you even went for a driver training programme. It's not to demean that. That was very useful. That's the route that I came through myself to become a driver, and virtually into an inspector grade and then a manager ultimately.
Still there, Neon?
What I mean is that the age that we have now to train drivers is far more advanced. We know much more that helps a driver prepare himself for the role of driving a train and being a professional driver.
Lots of factors contributed to Gordon Harrington's SPAD, but in the final analysis, it was his failure to set the DRA that was crucial. Yes. Do older drivers have difficulties with this kind of innovation? The National Express Group has done a lot of research into the kind of drivers who have been involved in SPADs. Lynn Milligan, a human factor specialist with Wales and Borders, explains what they've discovered.
We noticed last year, or until end of the year before, that SPADs tended to be occurring in the business with less experienced drivers and drivers that were over
you are still there. DRA is important even when the signal is visible. Exactly.
To be occurring in the business with.
Yes. Neon, earlier in the stream, Stan suggested that all drivers should set the DRA at every station just to be safe. And I think that would get a bit monotonous and tedious, especially for drivers who drive commuter trains with lots of stops. I still think I still think, I still think the DRA should only be set at red signals, at platform starting signals with red signals, but I do get where Stan's coming from, though. What do you think, though, Neon? Do you think the DRA should be set at every signal? Right.
Less experienced drivers and drivers that were over 40 years of age. So we commissioned some occupational psychologists that we work with quite frequently, and we said, can you do some real analysis of this data and tell us if there is something in this or not? The interviewers went out and did some quite sophisticated research with both new drivers and trainees under and over 40, those who did incidents and those who hadn't, as well as their trainers and their managers.
Standard procedure.
And what began to emerge from that was...
I think it's just fine setting it only at red signals.
There may be higher peer pressure from colleagues to do better, which puts pressure on people. I kind of think that you should know this. You've been in the industry for a year, 2 years plus. You should know all of this stuff.
Excuse me.
A sense of a higher peer pressure and perhaps an overconfidence from those people in training and post-training that may be a contributory factor.
Dave Boyce, known to everyone at Valley Lines as Max Boyce, started life on the railway as a guard and then retrained to become a driver. Max's new career got off to a dramatic start.
I started driving out on my own in January.
So now he has a thick Welsh accent.
Then in May, I
his
was
story
doing
is
60 mile an hour towards.
His story is, in my opinion, more interesting than David's.
60 mile an hour towards.
Sorry, I mean Gordon's.
In May, I was doing 60 mile an hour towards a crossing called Barry Rides. On the approach to the crossing, I blew the horn, and within about 20 seconds, a large object hit the screen of my train. It shattered the train and showered me with glass. Later found out that it was a stone which was thrown by a teenage boy going to school at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh shit! What? I'm going to a military store tomorrow to start my collection off. Cool. DA. Don't believe more seasons are separate canons. Well, that's something I believe, James. Need to pop off for a minute? Okay. Collecting military memorabilia? Alright. Kids deliberately throwing a rock at a driver's cab? Are you kidding me? Guys, if that is not a railway safety issue, if kids throwing shit at trains isn't a railway safety issue, I don't know what is.
By a teenage boy going to school at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Would have done when he was a kid. Really, Stern?
The train was badly damaged and taken out of service. Max didn't escape unscathed either.
I had slight facial cuts across my nose here.
Bloody hell.
Max was taken off the duty roster for a week.
Exactly, James.
My nose here.
Similar incident
Max
happening in modern
was taken off the duty
times.
roster for a week to get over this traumatic incident. Then he was back in the cab, driving with a supervisor, just to make sure that he'd recovered his composure and was fully competent to resume his duties. But if they were expecting a routine trip, they were in for a surprise.
Oh shit.
Whilst being assessed by the assessor, coming down towards Cardiff, we come on the approach to Rada Station, I noticed something in the distance.
God, look, there's somebody in the track.
One time, used to put coins on the railway lines. Damn. One time, my granddad and his mates, they went down. They were by the railway tracks. The railway tracks around there had already been electrified with a third rail for like 20 years. and they took like metal cans, they throw them on the tracks to see how they'd react on the third rail, and when I can't remember if it was my granddad or one of his mates used to wave at them a smile. That's all I did as a kid. Well, that's a safe thing to do. But as I was saying, so I can't remember if it was my granddad or one of his mates that did this, but they threw a can on the track, and as soon as it hit the third rail, it bounced into the air, conducted loads of electricity around it, and then completely exploded. And of course my granddad and his mates were frightened and ran away immediately. I think they learned their lesson from that incident. So what do you guys think of that?
I noticed something in the distance.
God, look, there's somebody in a truck.
Well, that's interesting. Well, that's interesting, Stan. An old woman on the track.
You contact the signal and I'll tell the guard what's happening.
Okay.
This woman was about 60.
Oh, really, Stan?
And she was
I don't think that the incident I just told you about went in the papers.
This woman was about 60.
But what do you think of that incident, guys? Do you agree with what that was insane?
Tell the guard what's happening.
Can explode on the third rail.
This woman was about 60. And she was in the middle of a track. Luckily, this was a passenger service, and we had to stop at this platform. If it hadn't have been a passenger service but an empty stock, we would have been travelling through there approximately 50 miles an hour.
And he dealt with the incident with textbook efficiency. Max was passed fully fit to go back to work, and then...
the very next day I was on my way down from Rumney towards Penarth, and I actually had a SPAD, signal pass at danger at Bargoed. On the way up to Bargoed, we reported in Pengham Station at line speed, and we were...
Alright, I'm back. Oh my... Sorry, I was just had to speak with my mum for a bit. Oh my god, the same kids using a shotgun now! That's worse than them throwing rocks!
We reported in Pengham Station at line speed, and we were...
What, the woman on the track, Stan?
Firing air rifles.
Jesus Christ, these kids!
Bloody kids.
Finally stopping, they actually ran away.
Back for more, yes.
Because
Driver is so unlucky, yes.
A potential risk to other trains.
This is exactly why I feel Dave's story is more interesting than Gordon's.
Because the lads with an air rifle were a potential risk to other trains, Max reported them to Bargoed's signal box. And the signalman set the signal to danger. Ironically, it was this very signal that Max was about to miss on the return journey.
Oh no.
After his experience with a shattered windscreen, Max is keen to protect his eyes and he wears his company issue sunglasses a lot. But on this particular day, after he had prepared the train for its return journey from Rumney to Cardiff, he went to freshen himself up in the gents.
So this SPAD wasn't the driver's fault either, it was the fault of those bloomin' kids.
And completely forgot to put his sunglasses back on.
Exactly, Stan.
According to Max, this oversight played a big part in the events that happened later.
As I left Bristol, I headed down the track towards Bargoed.
We're a Neon Victorinox, Electro Victorinox.
AWS ramp, which I cancelled, which told me that there was a fixed distance
What do you want about Felix?
on the approach to Bargoed. And then went down the slope, which is quite a distance away from the actual signal. As I went down the slope, there were sheep on the track. Not wanting to hit the sheep, I braked.
Of course you wouldn't want to hit the sheep.
Were clear. By taking my concentration off the track, I missed the slight glimpse of the signal, which would allow us to see whether the signal was on or off. As I went under the bridge, the sunlight hit me in the face. I actually reached for the sun visor, which was all the way to the top of the screen. When I actually pulled the visor down, I then noticed that the signal was still on. I then applied the brake, by which stage it was too late.
And then it's bad.
The signal protecting Bargoed station is only visible to the approaching driver for about a second and a half before the train snakes around another bend. Even if the driver had a longer time window to spot the signal, it isn't easy to see. And again, like the one at Stirling, it's an old semaphore signal.
There's a possibility that the previous problems which I'd had may have been playing on my mind.
Still there, Neon?
Obviously I'm not certain, because once you've had an experience like a SPAD, there are a lot of things that go through your mind and things which you could have done to stop this situation happening.
After the stone throwing incident, was Max Boyce returned to work too quickly? The train crew manager at Valley Lines is Russell Webb.
We were quite happy that the SPAD was nothing to do with the previous day or the previous week's incidents with the crossing and the stone throwing or the woman on the track. I'm not saying that these weren't playing on his mind somewhat, but after the investigation, all we could base our findings on with the sunlight.
Hello, Percy Amgen, lovely to see you.
To identify this matter.
Talking about SPAD risks at the moment, the risk of trains passing signals of danger.
Replace it with a slightly shorter one, so it'll be easier for drivers to sight, rather than have a sighting of 1 to 3 seconds. Now, once they sight the signal, they should be able to keep that signal in their line of sight.
The forward course.
Line of sight, exactly. Right.
To reducing SPADs.
At Wessex Trains, Mike Ball has a training session with some newish drivers.
Danger. Why use forward? Why not use the word SPAD? Because drivers switch off when you use the word SPAD. Although you shouldn't, you should always remain alert throughout your career.
Are you still there, Neon?
The Forward programme is just one initiative to combat what the Operational Standards Manager at Wessex Trains has identified as the driver's worst enemy.
Complacency, I think, is one of the things, because they go over the same routes day in, day out, and they see the same things. And it's when they see something different, it takes their mind a little to adjust. And I think by actually saying what they're saying, the mind registers a little bit quicker.
Okay, Jerry, week 4.
Yep.
Driven this route before, we're going to take the train through to Bristol now.
Yep.
I want you to tell me exactly what you're doing before you do it.
Yep.
If there's anything I think you should be doing, I'll tell you.
Okay. Right, we've got clear signal. I've received the signal from the guard, and we have the right theatre indication.
TV of Trowbridge.
Jerry Hatcher has to speak aloud every feature of the route ahead, and every action he takes.
2, the engine's picked up. Return the guard signal, and now I'm releasing the brake.
Not only does this technique enable the minder driver Mark Peters to know what's going through his trainee's mind, but it makes Jerry Hatcher focus on the job in hand. The inspiration for this exercise was the Police Advanced Drivers course, and it's something that any driver can do, anytime, any place. Worcester Shrub Hill Station. One of the regular SPAD awareness briefings is underway.
There's a lot of SPAD issues in Red Alert, which you should have all have had copy 15.
Keeping drivers alert to potential hazards on the railway is a management responsibility. But sometimes it's the personal, very private problems that drivers bring to work that are the real causes of railway accidents. When Bernie Philpott signed on for work at Worcester on March the 3rd, 2002, he was embarking on the worst day of his professional life.
The day started as any other. Just came into work, booked on as normal. Didn't feel under pressure or anything.
Why are we doing rail safety?
And just carried on with my
just because
job
I feel like it, I feel that
March
it's a
3rd,
surprisingly
2002,
interesting topic.
He was embarking on the worst day of his professional life.
The day started as any other. Just came into work, booked on as normal. Didn't feel under pressure or anything, and just carried on with my job as I was supposed to do. Right, so we leave Shirley and travelling down the various stations, and whilst we're en route, I get this buzzer, which I presume is the guard.
Hello? Hello, Steve?
And I think, what the hell is he buzzing me for, like? and I try to get in touch with him with a cab to cab, and can't get him. So anyway, it stops, and
buzzer faults.
we carry on, and it comes on again. This buzzer does. So.
Hello, Steve. Hello. Good.
Well,
getting a little bit
Percy
annoyed.
Engine. It'll more likely be Armour Edition.
I'm getting a little bit annoyed now about it, and I think I'll have to say something to him about what's going on. Right, so we get down to Henley and Arden, and I'm thinking I'm going to have a go at this chap now. Like he's been winding me up a bit and acting a go to something. So I go back and say to him, look, what the hell's going on? What do you keep messing with this buzzer for? And he's denied it.
You've been messing around with this buzzer?
No.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
It keeps going off, mate.
Well, you must be hearing things then, mate. It's not me.
I know what you're like, mate.
No, it's not me.
You sure?
Positive. Look,
Right.
can I get this train away?
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely denied it, and I say, you've done it. You've been no, it wasn't me. He's saying. And I think, well, what the heck's going on here?
Welcome back, Neon. So it's another spad risk now.
I say, you've
How come you left?
done it. You've been no, it wasn't
Still
me,
no
he's saying.
Electro yet, Neon, but hopefully we'll see
heck's
him
going on
in a
here?
minute.
So I'm a bit wound up, a bit concerned about it, a bit wound up. So anyway, we leave Henley and Arden, and off we go. We've gone through Wood and Wowen, approaching Burley, and this damn buzzer starts going again. I'm thinking, you're doing it again, and I'm starting to slow down for the 50 miles an hour, and this bloody buzzer keeps going off now, and it's totally wound me up, and I totally missed the distance signal, which was on, which should have was telling me that the signal in front is on as well. I've cancelled the AWS ramp. I've got absolutely no memory of seeing the signal or cancelling the ramp because I've allowed something to take over my mind, you see. And so we passed the distance signal, and I'm
poor guy
powering up, and I saw this train crossing over, and I'm thinking, I knew exactly what had happened then.
Oh shit!
My first thoughts were, I braked immediately. Are we going to come off the track? Because the points are set for a different movement, you see. So, and also I'm thinking, I've lost my job. My job's gone. Everything's gone. I've fucked up basically, big time. And
strong language in a training video.
Bracing myself
That's
for us
interesting.
to come off the road. The train's bouncing around, and miraculously we didn't. We crossed over through a switch diamond onto the opposite track, and nobody was hurt. There was no damage done.
Oh, there's nobody hurt, is there anything? No, right.
My thoughts were to pack the job in, actually. That was what I was going to do. I didn't feel physically ill, but I just felt awful. I wasn't sick or anything like that, but I just felt so awful, I just wanted to get out of the railway. You almost wish you could run away and hide somewhere and just hope it'd all go away. But you can't do that. You've got to stop and face the inquiry and everything. Because after all, it's your fault it's happened, basically.
It was out of character for Bernie to get so agitated by a faulty buzzer or an eccentric conductor. So was there something else going on inside his head? Some deeper anxiety bubbling beneath the surface?
Well, I was at the time going through a settlement with my ex-wife, which could possibly have been an underlying cause, although I didn't think so at the time. And it possibly allowed me to get a little bit irritated with the buzzer problem, which I shouldn't have allowed to happen.
There's lots of evidence that domestic problems faced by drivers are major factors in SPADs.
Over the last few years, we have taken a lot more measures in looking at the driver's lifestyle and coupling that with them actually doing the physical job of driving a train. I think in years gone past, the industry's focused more with the driver in
Hate
actual
that livery.
And major factors in SPADs.
What, this livery, Stan? What, the old ScotRail livery? the old one that this Class 170's wearing.
Over the last few years, we have taken a lot more measures.
Why do you hate it,
the driver's
Stan?
lifestyle, and coupling that with them actually doing the physical
Why do
job
you
of
hate it,
driving a train.
Stan?
I think in years gone past, the industry's focused more with the driver in actual driving the train, and not about the way that he lives his life.
If I get in a similar circumstance in the future,
Yeah,
I've got
but
any
why?
problems, I will
Why is
talk
that
to the
the
company
case,
first before I go out driving again.
Everyone on the railway has a part to play in reducing SPADs. Maintenance engineers, platform staff,
don't work together.
rail track,
Well, I
guards,
think they do,
and
but
particularly
what if you
drivers and managers.
When I was a driver 10, 15 years ago, and if somebody had said to me, we're going to put a switch in the cab that, you know, we want you to press when you stop at a red light, to remind yourself that you've not to start the train through the red signal, I would have probably said, they're barmy. But now, being in this position, and because I can understand the risks that if we don't get it right, what it can result in, I fully support anything that will help a driver prevent that train setting off through a red light.
We are all facing changing times, changing types of pressure. And I think
the latest ScotRail liveries with solid blue I do prefer,
we need to
though.
work together to try and eliminate SPADs as much as we possibly can. And that's to do away with any type of blame culture. We need to forget who's the manager and who's the driver, because here for the grace of God go us all.
A message to you.
Electro's just said that he can't. Electro's just said that he can't make it to tonight's stream. Probably because he's preparing for his visit to me.
Wear your railway glasses. If you lose your concentration or there's something on your mind, stop.
It doesn't matter how good or how experienced you are. If the conditions are right, the trap is waiting to be sprung. It doesn't matter how clever, how good, whatever you think you are, there are always occasions where the unwary are caught.
If any of you have got any problems out there, please talk to somebody about them, because it could be the underlying cause of a major incident.
No, he's staying at a hotel nearby. Right, so that's it for this. Right, so now on to that Seconds from Disaster episode. It's a shame that Electro can't be here, as he... Bigfoot to you too, Victor. Nice to see you. So we're talking about railway safety tonight, Victor. Will Odd be joining us tonight, Victor? So at the moment, Victor, we're talking about... Right, so... Seconds... Right, Seconds from Disaster. You don't know? Paddington train collision. Well, I hope he does show up. Firstly, though, Victor, I want to ask you a question, Victor. Do you think that a train running a red signal is worse than a car running a red traffic light? In my opinion... Then I gotta go, then I'll be back, I hope. Oh, why is that, Victor? I think it is worse, because you've got hundreds of people on board trains who can potentially be killed or injured. Yeah, you've got hundreds of people on trains that can potentially be killed or injured. Whereas in cars, it's just a few people. Neither sound like a good idea, but which sounds worse to you? Train running a red signal or car running a red light? Exactly, John Murray. Oh, and are you still here, Neon? Did you hear what I said about seems like Electro can't make it tonight? Oh, I hope you would. Right, so what you're about to see is what can result from SPADs, from trains passing signals at danger, the true dangers of trains passing signals at danger. All those drivers in all those SPAD risk programs we watched, those were just very minor incidents that they had in comparison to what happened at Ladbroke Grove in 1999, which is what this episode covers.
London. Rush hour. A train leaves Paddington Station. Another train approaches.
The train was incredibly busy. I've never heard anything like it, just a huge bang. You couldn't work out which train was which.
When two commuter trains collide, investigators must discover what went wrong in the UK's worst rail disaster in a decade.
Oh God.
Was it a terrible accident? Sabotage?
Well, it happened in 1999, but this was filmed in 2011.
Or even suicide?
I'd be back soonish. Cool, Victor, cool, very cool.
In a decade. Was it a terrible accident?
That looks bad, because it was.
Sabotage?
Stan.
Or even suicide? Disasters don't just happen. They're a chain of critical events. Unravel the clues and count down those final seconds from disaster.
That was the Southall crash, Neon. This is different. This was a different one that happened 2 years later.
Dazed and in shock, Richard Castle is trapped inside a living nightmare.
There were bits of rock and stone all around me.
Obviously the ballast. Fire from the diesel fuel.
There was just an intense heat. I thought we're all going to die.
Oh no.
October 5th, 1999. 7:30 a.m.
7:30 a.m.
A regular commuter train.
That's
The
interesting,
same one
James.
Richard Castle catches to work every day.
I was commuting to London from my home in Stroud in Gloucestershire. I did what us commuters all do. We get the newspaper out, drink the cup of tea, look at all the people getting on, getting off, not talking to any of them, of course.
Jonathan Duckworth isn't usually on this train.
That morning I caught an earlier train than normal because the previous time the train was late. It was one of those train journeys that you remember because the countryside looked beautiful.
In the diesel-powered high-speed train's control cab is driver Brian Cooper. He's worked on the railways for more than 30 years. He's carrying 421 passengers in 8 carriages.
Yes.
They're cruising between Stroud and London, 140 kilometres away. Paddington Station. The morning rush hour is underway. Recently qualified driver Michael Hodder is preparing to take his 3-carriage diesel Thames Turbo train out of London to Bedwyn in Wiltshire. He'll be carrying 147 passengers. The high-speed train makes its final stop on its journey to Paddington at Reading, 56 kilometres from London. Commuter Simon Benham just manages to make it on.
The train was incredibly busy, no seats, so I stood up by the door, reading the morning paper, looking out the window.
8:06 a.m. At Paddington, the Thames Turbo receives the signal to depart. The next 5 minutes of its journey are the most challenging. His route involves crossing
Hang on a
under...
second, guys. Alright, hang on. Hang on a sec. Sorry guys, just talking to Electro. Whenever I feel like you have to be better than everyone. Hang on. Trains are not my interest. Hang on a second. Hang on. Right, what's happening in the chat? One bit James was a forces. No choice of Pontins for the moment. James says, I wish the Thomas themed room.
3 different lines to get onto the right bits of its...
Still there, Nick.
At Paddington, the Thames Turbo receives the signal to depart.
Red signal us.
The next 5 minutes of its journey are the most challenging. His route involves crossing onto 3 different lines to get onto the right track.
Really hoping Electro would be here tonight, as...
It's a busy time of day, with around 50 trains going in and out of the station every hour. Overseeing all this traffic are the signallers in the Slough new signal box. They can see both Brian Cooper's inbound high-speed train and Michael Hodder's Thames Turbo on its way out of Paddington. The high-speed train is just 5 minutes from Paddington, travelling at more than 120 kilometres per hour.
I was facing towards London. There was at least 10 other people stood around me, and everyone was just had their own little space, listening to music, drinking coffee, reading the newspaper.
8:08. The outbound Thames Turbo train is nearly 2 kilometres into its journey. It's already crossed one track and is about to cross onto another. The high-speed train is now just 4 kilometres from Paddington.
Everybody stands up and they put their stuff away in their briefcases and they get their umbrellas out.
And as is usual at that time, people used to walk up the train to the front. And I saw a man coming down, and just for some reason our eyes met with a smile.
It's nice to blow up pontoons.
Michael Hodder accelerates to 65 kilometers per hour. Hodder has passed a signal at red.
Uh-oh.
The signalers aren't worried. It happens occasionally, and the driver invariably stops.
Uh-oh. But he doesn't stop.
But Hodder isn't slowing down.
Accelerates. Uh-oh.
The Thames Turbo is about to cross into the path of the incoming high-speed train.
Oh, shit. Head-on collision. Whoa! Exactly.
They collide at a combined speed of over 200 kilometers per hour.
He did this on purpose? Or did he, Stan? 325? Oh, I didn't. Or did he do it on purpose? We'll have to...
Train brakes.
The answer is revealed later.
Flew 4 foot forwards into the wall opposite, hit that face on, and fell to the ground.
I've never heard anything like it, just a huge bang. And then the carriage did what I'd call a pirouette. I couldn't tell what was happening at the time, but it clearly wasn't on the rails.
Then, as the train was moving from left to right, and I was thinking, please do not roll over. Because I knew if the train rolled over, my life would be in jeopardy.
A vast fireball engulfs the carriages.
The flames went, and then there was a carriage, and in the windows were
That's
people,
a class
they looked like
455
statues because they
codes,
were
I can
pale,
tell.
and they were just staring back at me.
In the front carriage of the high-speed train, Richard Castle finds himself surrounded by chaos. A second ball of fire now sweeps through his carriage.
Yeah, there was just an intense heat. I knew that the thing to do was to put the hands over my face to protect my eyes.
Simon Benham's carriage is still upright.
There was lots of dust, lots of smoke. People started to scream as well. That's one thing I do remember, that people were screaming. I looked out the window, and no more than 4 or 5 meters away was the engine on fire, and I could feel the heat coming through the glass and burning my face.
Simon manages to escape his carriage.
If so, then genocide. Well, we'll just have
Looking
to
around,
find out
seeing the train off the tracks
what
completely on
really
its side.
happened.
It sort of hit home then that this is, a major disaster.
Yes, it is.
I remember hearing someone screaming. I started to go towards the Thames train, and there was a small explosion. And the screaming stopped, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Jonathan Duckworth's carriage is tipped on its side.
We could hear people saying, we're stuck, we're trapped in here.
And Richard Castle is also still trapped inside the high-speed train.
Oh,
He's badly burnt and in terrible pain.
The carriage was full of smoke, and I really couldn't see a thing.
The other end of his carriage is alight, and the fire is spreading right towards him. The train doors won't open. It's a struggle to escape.
The 2 men that were were bashing through the door got through, and actually a bit of fresh air came through, a bit more light, and there was a cheer went up. And then gradually people started evacuating from the end of the carriage. I'd found my bag and I'd found my jacket, and ironically they were important things when your life's been turned upside down.
Across the road, staff in a superstore know that something dreadful has happened.
One of my colleagues explained there'd been a train crash. They got ladders and they went down the embankment and they helped people up. We cleared the shop floor of bandages, everything. We turned the coffee shop into like a mini triage and we started to treat people.
Simon Benham joins the fortunate but dazed survivors.
As I was walking across the tracks, I looked up and saw 100, 200 people just stood there, looking very bewildered, very shocked, very emotional, very confused as well.
It was just horrible. It was just chaos. I remember the smell of diesel and, you know, sometimes if you're cooking and you singe your hairs on your, it was that, but 10 times worse.
Calls come in to the emergency services.
Our initial call to the actual incident was garages alight. But as soon as we pulled out the station, it became very obvious that we had something a little bit more than garages alight.
Not right now, Percy Engine. I want to talk about
The
level
vast
crossing
scale of the
safety
accident
as well.
is only apparent as Julian and his team get closer.
We were met by about 300 survivors in various levels of distress. And for me specifically, it was about trying to bring some order to this, to what was chaos.
Inside the high-speed train, fire is creeping towards Richard Castle, and he can't find a way out.
Up above me, the other side of the train, there was a broken window. The smoke cleared for an instant, and the sunlight came through the window.
No,
and I was able
no,
just to
there are
climb out of that window by climbing up the seats.
Still there, Stan?
Richard Castle is one of the lucky ones. The two trains are a tangled mess of metal and fire. And there are still people in the wreckage. But Julian Spooner's fire crew have only one fire hose.
We had to make a decision to move that one hose round to protect the casualties that we knew were trapped and still alive at the time.
We crossed over. The two trains, you couldn't work out which was which.
Ingrid Allen-Lynn and her colleagues do their best to help the injured.
I remember one elderly gentleman, he had a head injury. And there was another gentleman, he must have been sitting behind the engine because he was completely drenched in diesel. And the thing that I remembered the most are the mobile phones.
We're going until 40 tonight due to the internet issues.
The mobile phones that were still going off.
Other emergency crews begin to arrive on the scene.
I remember thinking with some relief that they'd arrived because the nature of the injuries and the way that the train is sort of compacted meant that we were there for 5 hours trying to cut these people out.
400 kilometers away, Detective Superintendent Nick Bracken is notified about the accident.
I received a phone call that the Chief Constable had appointed me to be the Senior Investigating Officer in charge of the investigation.
Bracken arrives at the crash site 4 hours after the impact. 31 people are dead.
31 dead.
And more than 400 injured.
Damn.
Finding the cause of the crash will be one of the biggest challenges of Nick Bracken's career. Now, by rewinding the events of that day and going deep into the investigation, we can reveal what really happened.
Quite clearly, in any disaster of this kind, it becomes a very big jigsaw because we've got to put it back together. You only do that by getting all the pieces.
Bracken knows there are many possible explanations.
The reality is, at an early stage, you will look at every single possibility, from direct criminal action down to negligence, all the way through. Someone could have been on the trackside and committed acts of sabotage. Anything, is possible at this stage.
Witness statements reveal something very unusual about the crash. There were two huge fireballs. One that engulfed the trains on impact, and a second fireball that tore through Richard Castle's carriage.
Hang on, guys, I need the loo again.
Moments later.
Need the loo again, I'll be right back. 30 seconds.
In train crashes, to have a crash and a fire was unusual. I'd certainly never heard of that scenario, and it was quite clearly something that had to be investigated.
Were the fireballs a result of the crash? Or had they caused it? Detectives scour the area around the accident scene for clues and witnesses. They find a security camera in the Superstore parking lot that is facing the rail tracks. What they see is significant. The camera is pointing at the exact spot where the trains collide.
We knew that the fire had been instantaneous, so we got that from the security video, and we had to find out how this happened.
Nick Bracken brings in specialist help to shed light on the cause of the first fireball. Amongst the country's leaders in accident research are the Health and Safety Executive. Assigned to the crash is fire investigator Phil Hayes.
There are fires occasionally on the railways. In this case, the fire was far more extensive than people had experienced before.
Within the fuel tanks, exactly.
It's
Neon.
crucial to determine
the
what
sparks
could have
would
caused
have
such an
been
inferno.
from the overhead
The
wires.
investigation had to look for a number of things. They had to look for the source of ignition, and then they had to look at how the fire had propagated through the vehicles.
My hope is that Electro will come round and...
Examining the CCTV footage of the first fireball, the investigators find vital clues. They estimate that it's at least 22 meters high
My hope is that he
and
will
extends
come
many
round.
meters along the length of the carriages. Between them, the two trains are carrying nearly 5,000 litres of diesel in several large tanks.
Exactly, Neon.
But unlike gasoline, liquid diesel is very hard to ignite. So Phil and his team need to understand if the dynamics of the collision could have created the conditions for a fireball.
So will I.
The
So
turbo
do
train
I.
was
I
an
know he'll
aluminium
come
bodied
round and
train.
join us.
Its total weight was probably just in excess of 100 tonnes. The high-speed train was a much, much heavier train, possibly of the order of 400 tonnes.
When the two hit, the lighter Thames turbo sustains most of the damage. Its foremost carriage is pulverized and the roof sheared off.
The fuel tank on the leading power car of the turbo failed due to the front of that vehicle being driven backwards right at the very start of the crash.
But understanding the source of the diesel during the impact still doesn't explain the fireball.
Oh, nice, James. Very nice. Is
Phil
that in
knows
preparation
that
for you going to see Alien Romulus?
Phil knows that liquid diesel is difficult to ignite.
Hang on. Just a minute, guys. We would like to see you here. Yeah, I've just told Electro that if he's feeling better now, we would like to see us. I would like to see him here.
But diesel in the form of a vapor is a different story. To see if the impact was powerful enough to vaporize the diesel, Phil's team recreated the crash using a tank containing colored water. Which was instantly vaporized.
As the front of the power car was driven backwards, it would have impacted the fuel tank. The fuel tank would have been compressed, and the fuel would have been released under pressure. And that's
you
what
seem
we
quite
think
quiet
produced
at the moment, Stan.
diesel cloud. And that's what we think produced the diesel cloud.
To ignite the diesel cloud, you need a spark. Electric trains powered by overhead cables also use these tracks.
The 25 kilovolt overhead line was damaged during the crash, and therefore there would have been discharges from the overhead electrics.
So Phil and his team filled the test.
Hang on, guys. Sorry to chat again in a moment. Hang on. Right, let's see. Sorry, the dragon was in the My Little Pony game. Well, right, hopefully the electric.
So Phil and his team filled the test tank with diesel and added overhead sparks to simulate damaged electrical cables above the crash.
Oh my god, that's fireball.
We had approximately 300 litres of diesel in the test tank. The tank ruptured under pressure as predicted, and the fuel ignited, producing a fireball of about 9 metres radius.
But a mystery remains. Survivors described a second fireball.
Exactly, Neon.
Phil and his team have to go back to a map of the wreckage that they plotted when they first got to the accident scene.
We spent almost a week on site, tracking down each piece of debris, photographing it, locating it on a map, so that we could produce a sort of debris pattern.
Unfortunately,
The
no, I
high-speed
don't.
train's fuel tank was found many meters away from the power car.
What we believe happened is that tank became free from its mountings. It was also partly ruptured in the impact and was propelled down the track. And as it did so, it dispersed the fuel within it.
But if this rogue fuel tank was careering down the track, how did it cause a fireball inside the carriage?
By this time, the windows had been broken in the impact, and much of the fuel that was dispersed from that leading HST tank entered. So that was the source of the fuel for the fireball.
This freak and fatal combination of events creates the worst fire ever seen in a train crash.
Yes.
It's clear that the fire was a direct result of the crash, not the cause of it. And that cause remains a mystery.
I think the dining car was fine.
Investigator Nick Bracken knows that it was the Thames Turbo that had crossed into the path of the high-speed train.
To me, those times are interchangeable, Neon.
So it's the Thames Turbo that he focuses his investigation on. It had gone through a red light moments before impact. An obvious suspect is a mechanical malfunction on the train. The Thames Turbo is fitted with an automatic warning system, which is designed to prevent a driver from passing a signal at red.
Short for AWS.
When approaching a red signal, a display flashes and a horn sounds. If the driver doesn't acknowledge this warning by pressing a button, the system automatically engages the train's brakes. To determine whether or not Hodder received a warning, Nick Bracken knows he must obtain a vital piece of equipment lying in the wreckage.
It was quite crucial to try and find the black box data recorder, similar to that found in aircraft.
So trains have black boxes as well as aircraft.
About the journey of the Thames train. The recovery of that data recorder and getting that interpreted was actually going to be quite crucial.
The black box data recorder logs all the warnings given by the automatic warning system and the responses of the driver. It's found in the wreckage, but is badly damaged.
So what do you think of that, Stan? Trains having black boxes as well as planes?
It would be best trying to recover that data by getting the manufacturers to interpret the data for us.
The data recorder is rushed to Italy for analysis, which will take time.
Wasn't aware that trains had black boxes as well as planes. So did I. I thought the same until recently, Neon. Yeah, that is cool, Dan.
I made the decision that we would be best trying to recover that data by getting the manufacturers to interpret the data for us.
The data recorder is rushed to Italy for analysis, which will take time. Nick Bracken turns his attention to the brakes on the Thames Turbo.
Naturally, the worthiness of the vehicle, the train, was it operating correctly? Was there brake failure? Had to be examined.
His team recover the mangled brake system from the scene.
The team that did the reconstruction come to the conclusion that it had been maintained properly and was working properly. There was no mechanical failure.
They find Michael Hodder had engaged the brakes, and they had worked. But it was too late. He must have applied them only at the last moment when he saw the oncoming high-speed train. When the black box results come back from Italy, Nick Bracken is relieved to discover that the manufacturers have managed to extract the important information from the shattered remains. It reveals that Hodder's automatic warning system was working perfectly and confirms that he had braked.
It showed that the driver had passed through a number of signals, that the warning equipment had sounded, and the driver's actions had been appropriate.
There had been no malfunction. But the data highlights something else. The automatic warning system has an inherent design flaw.
The warning system did not distinguish between a red signal and an amber signal.
The automatic warning system only prompts the driver to look for a signal. It's up to the driver to check whether it's amber, which means he can proceed.
Yeah, we talked about this issue earlier on in the stream, this design flaw.
The data recorder's results show there is nothing unusual about Michael Hodder's journey. Until he reaches signal SN 109.
On approach to the signal, the warning sound goes off, and he acknowledges and accepts that, and then proceeds through the signal.
But SN 109 was at red. He should have seen this signal and stopped his train before passing it. And the data recorder reveals a final, shocking bombshell. Not only did driver Michael Hodder pass the red signal, he accelerated through it.
He accelerated through it. So is Stan's assumption that Michael Hodder committed suicide with his train correct? Let's find out.
Signal. He accelerated through it. Straight into the path of the high-speed train.
Hello, Electro. Lovely to see you. I'm glad we convinced you to join us tonight. So firstly, Electro, first question I want to ask you is, do you think the thumbnail that Neon did of me, you and him in front of a chalkboard where I teach everyone about railway safety and you and Neon assist me, do you agree that that was cute? Because I think it was. It's a lovely idea of Neon to do that.
Quite clearly something had gone wrong. Whether it was an intentional act or whether it was accidental, it was my duty to find out. Had the driver accidentally passed this signal at danger? Had he deliberately passed it? Has the driver committed suicide and murdered 30 people?
Oh my god. So, is Stan correct? Let's find out.
Bracken needs to determine if there's any truth to rumours that Michael Hodder had committed suicide.
I have found nothing to suggest the driver of the Thames train was anything other than a dedicated and competent train driver.
I hope so too,
whose
Electro.
family life and circumstances were very content, very stable.
My second question, Electro, is, do you think a train running a red signal is worse than a car running a red traffic light? Because I think a train I think a train passing a signal at red is worse, because in a car, only a few people can be killed or injured. But on trains, if a signal is passed at red, up to hundreds of people can be killed or injured, which is exactly what happened in this Seconds from Disaster episode we're watching at the moment, which covers the 1999 Ladbroke Grove disaster, in which a Class 165 Turbostar ran a red signal just outside Paddington and crashed into an HST, killing 31 people and injuring over 400. And it was caused by the driver of the Turbostar missing a red signal. So yeah, we've basically covered most of this stream's mainly been talking about the dangers of running red signals, but this one covers the true dangers, what can really happen if a train runs a red signal. But there's no need to worry, Electro. Trains running red signals is less and less frequent these days. Are you still there, Stan?
Suggests that Michael Hodder didn't intentionally cause the crash. Bracken focuses his investigation on the signal Hodder passed, SN 109. Finding out why Hodder drove through the red light is the job of health and safety investigator Steve Walker.
That's a difficult investigation because you're looking at the visual aspects and
much
also
higher,
the human
exactly.
aspects of how the driver was able to see that light and how the driver was able to respond.
Steve Walker examines the signal in more detail.
Alright, Nia. Alright, Nia. Just wait for Electro to
consist
answer
of
my
a vertical
question.
line of 4 lights.
It should be obvious that a train running a red signal should be lethal, which is why emergency stop function is required. And a measure like that, and just that, has been implemented since this disaster, Electro. The introduction of TPWS, which stands for Train Protection Warning System. So if a train runs a red signal, a track circuit activates. The train runs over a track circuit and it picks up a signal, and then as soon as the train passes the red signal, the brakes are automatically activated. So yes, even if a train does run a red signal these days, chance of collision is low. Yes, Electro, there are many safety features in place to to prevent train disasters. Train travel has simply gotten safer and safer since the 19th century, when trains first became a thing. Alright, so Stan really wants me to play something he sent me on stream, so I'll just quickly do that now, and then we'll get back to this. Earlier I thought it was worse for a car to run a red light than a train. Oh shit, really, Stan? Really, Stan? For goodness sake. At least cars have a little bit of time to correct the mistakes. No, a train travelling at 125 miles an hour can take like a mile or so to stop.
But signal SN 109 is different.
The signal was in the shape of a reverse L, with the red light on the end of the L, which is very strange. You know, it's a non-standard configuration of the signalling on the UK railway network.
Signals direct the hundreds of trains on the network to keep them moving safely. It's vital that the drivers understand what's required of them as soon as they see the signal.
I don't know, James.
With the reverse
Stan really wanted to show me
at times
that.
you didn't see the whole of the signal in your line of sight. You may only see one or two of the lights.
And Steve Walker also studies the route that Michael Hodder took.
Coming out of Paddington Station, there's about 9 lines. There's a lot of road bridges, there's a lot of railway gantries, there's overhead lines, so actually it's pretty cluttered in the areas where the signals were.
Yes.
The position of SN 109, soon after a bridge and on a crowded overhead gantry, combined with its non-standard shape, makes it a difficult signal for a driver to see clearly.
Yes.
We've concluded that signal SN 109 presented a very difficult signal sighting challenge for the driver.
But the most crucial thing of all...
But Hodder didn't realize he had made a mistake. Instead, it's likely he thought the signal was amber, meaning safe to proceed.
Yes.
And so accelerated through it.
Exactly.
It still doesn't answer how Hodder could think a red signal was amber. There is a phenomenon known among drivers as a phantom signal.
There's always a potential for the sun sort of glinting onto the front of the lights in the signals and masking them or creating a phantom signal.
Steve Walker decides to send a test train along the route.
So, because of the sunlight angle, he thought that the red signal was actually yellow. About 10 minutes, Stan. I know the episode continues, but it's just a repeat of the same episode. So what do you think of that, Electro? The potential for a red signal to look like an amber one.
To send a test train along the route. At exactly the same time of day as the Thames Turbo passed signal SN 109. And he finds that there is sunlight reflecting off the signal lens.
So it made it a little bit sort of weaker than you would expect.
The day of the crash was a perfect autumn morning. The sun was low in the sky behind the Thames Turbo. It was shining onto the signal, which was partially obscured by the road bridge.
Still there, Electro, or are you typing your
onto the signal, which was partially obscured by the road bridge and cables. The evidence suggests that Hodder thought it was amber rather than red.
The chat must see. What, a photo of the Labrador Grove crash, Stan?
The evidence suggests that Hodder thought it was amber rather than red. Amber would have meant he was clear to go on, which is why he accelerated through it.
Alright.
It seems to be the breakthrough the team have worked so hard to reach. Signal SN 109 is the cause of the crash.
Yes, it is. It wasn't the driver, it was this goddamn signal.
But the investigation isn't over.
We had 3 crucial crime scenes. The scene itself where the crash has taken place. The signals that had been passed.
Oh shit.
But also the signal box at Slough.
Yeah, go on, Stan. I'll show you.
Bracken's team home in on the signal box and discover that the collision might yet have been prevented.
Jim? My colleague just called me over to check something.
In an emergency, the signallers can send a stop message directly to a driver and have the power to change signals.
Alright, Stan.
But the investigators make a disturbing discovery. There had been a fatal delay.
If a number of seconds were not lost before any action had been taken, there is a chance that the train may have been able to be stopped.
The signallers at Slough New Signal Box can prevent disaster by sending a stop message to the Thames Turbo driver Michael Hodder.
Stop.
But the signallers lack experience in using this technology.
There was certainly some delay. It wasn't instantly that any action was taken.
Seems like
Call emergency stop.
Call emergency stop.
Nick's team is unable to ascertain which of the signalmen sent Michael Hodder a stop message.
At that point,
The signallers claim that it was transmitted, but there is no hard evidence to prove whether Hodder ever received it. What is known is that the Thames Turbo train doesn't stop.
Where have you posted it in my server?
The signallers had another option that could save lives. There's a signal in front of the high-speed train, SN 120. If they switch this signal to red, the high-speed train could slow down before impact. But with the high-speed train racing towards the signal at 127 kilometers per hour, they have just seconds to act if they are to save lives.
Not
Instead,
enough time.
18 seconds pass before the signallers change the signal to red. It's too late.
Down. Alright, Stan wants... Stan wants me to show you guys this. Where's Electro disappeared to? Oh! That's a guy pooping on the platform at Paddington. Really? I thought you were going to show us live footage of the trains crashing. But this? Really? Where's the emoji I'm looking for? Excuse me. Paddington is going to be avoided. No.
The opportunity of diverting the signal to red for the train coming into Paddington had been lost. If split-second instant action had been taken, rather than allowing 15, 20 seconds to elapse, and that train would have started to brake, and obviously travelling at a lower speed. And the lower the speed at impact, the less serious the consequences.
Yes. The last chances are lost. Vital seconds go by before they send a stop message to Thames Turbo driver Michael Hodder. And they turn signal SN 120 red too late to stop the high-speed train. Disaster is now inevitable. And now we can rewind the events of that morning to show what led to one of the worst rail disasters in British history. October the 5th, 1999. 9 minutes from disaster. A high-speed train carrying 422 people travels at 127 kilometers per hour from the west of England towards London's Paddington Station. 3 minutes from disaster. A Thames Turbo train departs the platform at Paddington.
You said that before, Stan.
45 seconds from disaster. Thames Turbo driver Michael Hodder is alerted by his automatic warning system of an approaching signal, SN 109. He knows from the horn that the signal could either be amber or red. He acknowledges it by pressing the button. 35 seconds from disaster. The signal is obscured and the low morning sun is probably reflecting off it. Hodder must not have seen that it's red for danger, but instead thinks that it's amber and accelerates past it. The signallers wait to see if Michael Hodder will realise his mistake and brake. The the signallers send a message to the Thames Turbo telling Michael Hodder to stop. But it's not known if he ever receives this message. The Thames Turbo train is now on a collision course with the high-speed train. 10 seconds from disaster. The signallers turn another signal red in a desperate bid to slow the high-speed train. But there's no time for it to stop. 3 seconds from disaster. Driver Michael Hodder sees the approaching high-speed train and engages his brakes, but it's too late. The faster high-speed train forces the front of the Thames Turbo backwards, crushing its fuel tank. This vaporizes the diesel inside and creates a huge cloud of fuel. The cloud is probably ignited by a spark from damaged overhead cables, creating a gigantic fireball.
I'll watch that in a second, Stan.
As carriages derail, a fuel tank breaks free from the high-speed train, flies down the track, and fires a second cloud of burning diesel through a broken window in the front carriage.
Where's Electro gone, I wonder?
There, of course, was a public inquiry, and there was a prosecution by the Health and Safety Executive.
Network Rail, the operator of signal SN109, was fined £4 million for negligence that led to the disaster. And Thames Trains were fined £2 million for failing to provide Thames Turbo driver Michael Hodder with the correct training regarding the problematic SN109. No fault was found with Michael Hodder.
And rightfully so.
My own belief is he genuinely made an error. And
that's the same engines that the Class 170s and 171s have. It sounds like the same engine anyway.
My own belief is he genuinely made an error. And because of the same sounding that you get for an amber signal as you get for a red signal, he genuinely made a mistake. There was a low sun on that October morning. I am firmly of the belief that that driver went through that signal in the belief it was at amber.
Network Rail did eventually change signal SN109, and it's now far easier for drivers to see.
Good.
And the Paddington Rail disaster leaves another legacy, which means today this accident couldn't happen. Trains on this route are now fitted with an automatic stopping system that should take driver error out of the equation.
PTWS.
Now, if a driver passes a red light, the train automatically stops, whether he acknowledges the warning signal or not. But the morning commute that turned into tragedy continues to live with those who were there on that fateful day.
You have these feelings of enormous guilt, you know.
Survivor's
you
guilt,
for
really?
surviving.
Apologise for surviving? It was luck that made you survive. You have nothing to be sorry for.
The man that I smiled at as he was walking down to the front of the coach, he died. So very, very sad.
People ask me about this sort of the sunlight coming through the window, and was there a spiritual dimension to it?
I see.
But I do
Neon,
know
that's
that if
interesting.
that sunlight hadn't come through the smoke, I don't think I would have ever got out of the carriage.
Okay, I think that's that. The rest of this video is just a repeat of that. Anyway, so what Stan sent in the chat? 219 views. Lovely. The fuck? The fuck? What? Okay, so, that video exists. Anyway, so now I want to talk about, before we end the stream, I want to talk about two more very common railway issues that concern the safety of the general public around trains. Oh, but first things first, I'll send this owl video to Neon. Just because. There you are, Neon, it's there for you to watch. Not Two-Eyed Mike. What's this? Bit of drama going on with Pet Squad fan. Why's that, John Murray? Anyway, level crossing safety, so... do not know. Right then, so... This is a good video I showed everyone. Anyway, so guys, I'm sure you're all very aware of people and motorists who jump level crossing lights. People who... speed over level crossings even though they see the lights flashing and the barriers lowering and hear the warning siren and they know that a train is coming but decide to... No, they're not, Stan. How do you know they're horrible? Have you seen this video? They don't abuse their power. Just a norm, it's sad, I know. But just like trains running red signals is worse than cars running red lights, in my opinion, cars jumping level crossing lights and barriers is worse than cars running red lights. Oh, you've seen this video a lot, have you? Oh, there's another one I want to show besides this, but now we'll just watch this. Oh, Beachy Head's first day in service. I'll save this to watch later. Welcome back, Electro. How come you left? Anyway, let's talk about this. But yes, bottom line is, if you see the level crossing lights flashing, the barriers lowering, and the bell or siren sounding, you stop and wait for the train to pass, whatever happens. If this causes you to be late for something, so be it. Safe cross code for railways now? We shouldn't have to. If a car is approaching and the lights start flashing, may as well cross. Well, if the yellow light below the two flashing red ones is showing, then I guess it's safe to cross if you're not going to if there's no way you're going to stop before the crossing in time. I want to be like Neon. Get a drawing done quickly with your energy. Sounds good to me, Electro. Nearly as annoying as cyclists for drivers. Well, it's not like, trains come frequently. Old line where you go swipe. Yeah, I've seen that before as well, Neon. Do it more often though. I see. My son is not taking a back seat anymore. Sounds good to me. Nice. Cyclists for drivers. But yes, if you jump a level crossing, level crossing barrier when a train is approaching, you can pay for that with your life. However, I do understand Stan's logic. Hello, Davin Crew. Drawing and watching this at the same time? Cool. To be fair to Stan, the law in this country requires that there has to be a gap of at least 27 seconds between the level crossing lights and sirens starting and the train actually reaching the crossing. So I guess it is fair to cross a level crossing just as the lights start flashing, as there are at least still 27 seconds to go until the train reaches the crossing. However, once the barriers start lowering, there is no excuse, none whatsoever. You should stop. Welcome back, Victor. I am just getting started. Alright then. Henry the Bomb Train. It's worse in America? I know. Right, so now, Victor, we've moved on to talking about level crossing safety. Victor, do you agree that, do you think a car passing a level crossing when the barriers are lower, when a train is approaching, is worse than a car running a red light? Have time, it's fine to quickly zoom through before they close. But yes, once the barriers start lowering, though, there is no excuse. You have to stop. I know, Neon, it is a big shame, especially as Bright Line's trains do get up to 125 miles an hour.
Police surveillance isn't...
You may recognise one of the guys, one of the people I showed you in a level crossing video I showed you before, Electro.
Police surveillance isn't just about solving crime. It can be used to protect us from ourselves.
That indeed.
And judging by some of the scary scenes you're about
Electro.
to see, you can see why.
No, Stan, I think trains should get priority because they're bigger, faster, and can potentially be more lethal than cars. And plus, they don't come as frequently as cars do, so it makes total sense why trains get priority.
It can be used to protect us from ourselves.
Neither is a good idea.
And judging by some of the scary scenes you're about to
Well,
see,
I think jumping a level crossing is worse. Heck no.
West Barnes, London, and the British Transport Police are laying a trap.
Trap?
Specially designed, this van is rigged with 9 separate cameras. At the moment, all are trained on this busy level crossing, watching and waiting.
That is a shame, Neon.
Why? Well, here's why.
What the hell? That guy just goes right through the barriers. That big truck just goes right through. Shit. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. Some crossings have no barriers whatsoever. So even if the lights do start flashing, it is still a good idea to stop because a crossing may not even have barriers. twat. That driver's a twat because the barriers are going down.
Level crossing lunacy is a constant problem in the UK. There are about 7,000 crossings in the country, and some people would rather risk their lives than wait.
Ridiculous.
Like this smartly dressed chap coming up, who obviously feels those flashing red
It is
lights and
stupid,
barriers
Electro.
don't apply to him.
And I've shown you this video before. The guy who almost gets splattered by the Class 375 scene in this CCTV clip actually does an interview here. What do you think of all that, Victor? All these cars jumping the lights and stuff. The guy who I showed you earlier does an interview here.
Well, if he can, I can, a young man reckons. But
see this guy, he actually does an interview here. Oh, and look at the shoe it comes off.
The youth is literally millimetres from death, so close.
Indeed, Neon. Sped through fast enough. Who cares? I do.
The youth is literally millimetres from death. So
But what do you think of all these incidents, Victor?
Millimetres from death, so close. That train connects with trainer and.
Great idea until it goes horribly wrong. It almost always does, Victor. Plus, a car can also. I know, Summer Rose. Plus, the cars can also damage the barriers, which is not good at all.
The youth is literally millimetres from death, so close. That train connects with trainer and actually wrenches it off his foot.
I didn't notice that until a while ago.
That man is 20-year-old Craig Grant.
But yeah, this is a very famous clip, and this is the first time where the guy shown in this famous CCTV clip speaks out.
Hit me on like my ankle, and the pain just was like astronomical. The pain was just rushing through my body like pins and needles, and then like within seconds.
To how people like this can escape death, I know. From episode of In Between Us, I don't know, but you're right about that, James.
And then, like, within seconds, my ankle was just swollen up.
Swollen up just because the train hit his ankle. Oh my god. He did indeed cheat death.
I went to the hospital, I'd broken a bone in my heel.
Shit.
We've got the geezer here, just walking casually across. And then, obviously, in a minute, you see me coming. But obviously, I had my headphones in, so I didn't hear nothing.
Oh, shit.
And then I just looked slightly and I see the train. I just made a dart for it forward. Yeah.
If he had started across just a second earlier, that Class 375 would have completely splattered him. It wasn't the train's fault, it was this guy. He should have waited. But he did learn his lesson, though. The fact he's speaking out on this programme clearly shows that he's learned his lesson. So I respect him for learning his lesson.
Yeah,
alright then, Rob, thanks for coming.
I'll show it or she sees it.
Every year, around 10 people are killed on level crossings. PC Chris Shepherd knows exactly the type of people who play Russian roulette with their lives in this way, and the truth is close to home.
It's sort of Mr. Average, Mrs. Average, your general law-abiding, decent person that would normally never ever interact with the police before is the sort of person actually who commits the offences at level crossings. We've found that quite often females aged 45 plus can be one of our worst offending groups. About 92% of them live within 3 or 4 miles of the level crossing, so actually they've sort of got this inherent sort of belief that they know how
Indeed,
level crossing
Neon.
operates. It's safe the way they do it.
I already know better, so do I.
When train connects with car at speed, the consequences are devastating. In 2004, in Berkshire, a train hit a car on a level crossing. The resulting impact killed not only the car driver, but the train driver and 5 passengers.
Shit. And exactly, Robert. And I'm pretty sure the driver in this situation was also suicidal.
But the train driver and 5 passengers. So, although most of us get frustrated
Exactly,
by lights at
Neon.
times, cheating them like this is an offence. And having seen the carnage caused, Chris and the British Transport Police want to get tough on the level crossing leapers for their own sake.
Don't do a job until you have guaranteed the best odds, yes. Never will I put my life in danger. Good. I'm sure Stan would be the type to, though. I don't live near any level crossings, though. There are a few level crossings on the railway line that serves my town, but none of the crossings are anywhere near me. Are you still there, Victor?
Even let's say that person jumps the lights and doesn't get killed by some small miracle, they're going to have to live with the fact they've potentially derailed a train, they've ruined people on the train's lives, and so forth.
That's why Chris, a former electrical engineer, helped Network Rail with the design of this high-tech multi-camera van. And that's why he and his fellow officers are waiting just down from this level crossing. The best way to stop people is to catch them red-handed. And it's not long before a car goes for it.
Goes over the barriers.
What are they going to pull you over for? Red lights.
I thought it was amber.
But it was red.
Crossed over, it was amber.
Well, come and have a look and I'll show you the video. Step out of the vehicle. Can we play the video back of that one?
There's no getting out of that one.
Yeah, red.
You got your driver's license with you today?
That driver did nothing wrong. Yes, he did. The highway... Stan, I know I said I know that's what I said, but to be fair, are you still there, Victor? Or have you left again? To be fair, Stan, to be fair to the police, the British Highway Code clearly states that you can only go through a level crossing if the light is amber. Once the red lights appear and start flashing, you do have to stop. That's what the highway code officially says. I've accepted Jacob's friend request. Right, And we're back. I'm sorry, so sorry about that, guys. Are Victor and Electro still there? Or did Electro leave because of the copyright thing? So yeah, I didn't think I'd get copyright blocked for that, but oh well. I'll just show you guys this now. Brickfoot to you too. Big beats. Bye, Rob. This is interesting. Just show this quick clip.
More moments of madness from Britain's level crossings. Network Rail have released a selection of CCTV footage of pedestrians and motorists risking their lives in a bid to raise awareness of the problem. Although deaths and fatalities are rare, near misses
Oh,
with
that one
trains
smashed
went up
their
by
window from
15%
that.
last year, according to the
Oh yeah,
company.
there's Craig again.
There were 3,500 incidents of misuse at level crossings in 2010, and those are just the ones that were reported.
17th
Among the
December
people putting their
2008
lives on the
happened.
line on a daily basis were this pedestrian who decides to make a run for it, even though the barriers are already descending. In Llanelli, a woman was filmed dashing across the track while pushing a pram, despite seeing the warning signals.
That's even worse
It's not
if
the
you've got a
first
baby
incident
with
of
you.
its
That's
kind.
even worse.
In 2009, Network Rail put this shocking clip out. Another mother not prepared to wait, even as a train begins to roll towards her and her baby. Many drivers are also dangerously impatient. Some of them weave around the barriers. Others, like this skip driver, just smash straight through them. Most shocking of all, one motorist in Shoreham, Sussex, ignores the warnings and rolls across the track just as the barriers are coming down. The driver stops, apparently panicking as the gates close, and unbelievably decides to reverse back onto the railway.
No!
The car sits
Go
on
the
track
other
for a
way.
moment
Keep
before
going, you
eventually ploughing all the
idiot.
way back through the other barrier to get out of the way of the oncoming train, which rushed past moments after these scenes were filmed. Network Rail say they're now experimenting with new technology.
And look,
like
it damaged the
cameras that can read
barrier!
car number plates to help catch dangerous drivers like this.
Bloody hell. I swear, this shows how humanity has become stupid. She was halfway off the crossing when the barrier on the other side came down. Why did she back up? This is why humans making illogical decisions is a ridiculous thing. Oh. Just thinking about the actions some of these drivers take, just thinking about it is rotting my brain. Oh, hello, Odd. Hello, Odd. Lovely to see you. Ain't much left to rot. Nuked a city and fallen into the river. It's rotting my brain. It's lovely to see you, Odd. So, quick question for you, Odd. Do you think that a train running a red signal is worse than a car running a red light? In my opinion, a train running a red signal is worse because with trains, there's like hundreds of passengers on board. And if the train derails or collides with another train after running a red signal, it can be way way far graver consequences than simply 2 cars crashing. IBS Productions. Level crossing PSA.
Really?
Don't think it's really comparable. It's got a lot of variables. Well, in my opinion, a train running a red signal is worse. Network Rail made several PSAs in regards to level crossings. This one, Mum in a Hurry.
I can't believe Pick and Susie. Really? You guys are doing it? I can't be late picking Susie up from school. No, I've been late so many times. I can't be late again picking Susie up. Yeah, alright, okay. It's not fair. Right.
Hang on.
Listen. It's okay, hon. Here's your toy. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, this PSA of Mum in a Hurry.
Really? You guys are doing it? I can't be late picking Susie up from school. No, I've been late so many times. I can't be late again picking Susie up. Yeah, alright, okay. It's not fair.
Lights flashing.
Right, listen. It's okay, hon. Here's your toy. Yeah, okay. Oh, come on!
Can't be late. I'm sorry, lady, but you not wanting to be late again is no excuse for jumping a level crossing. Oh, fucking hell! Don't turn back to pick your kid's dump truck up. Don't turn back to pick your kid's dump truck up when you know there's a train coming. No, unfortunately, Odd. Lives can change in a split second. Look, listen, and live. Still there, Neon? I'm somewhat still alive from my drama over the last couple of weeks. Ah, nice to see you, George. I know, Martin. This is a commercial and staged to make everyone look extra dumb. I do see what you mean, Victor. Here on and off? Okay. People who run over the crossing usually, run. They don't turn back. A little bit over the top, right. Get my brain working again. It feels heavy. In the commercial, it's portrayed a little bit over the top. So yeah, no carnage, I'm afraid, Odd. Yeah, but they're safe if you use them correctly, Martin. Oh, whoops. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Complete idiocy. Are you still there, Rod? Intermissions between episodes? Right. So what happens here? Let the carnage begin. So what happens here? Oh, I think we missed it. If you're gonna make a silly over-the-top commercial, at least go full Fede Alvarez on this. Oh, the director of Alien Romulus. Right, so what happens here? So freight train passes and... Oh, the turbulence causes that pram to be pulled towards it. Oh my god, oh, your back stand, nice. Oh my god. No one was paying attention. If there had been a baby in there, it would have been killed. Jesus. Bigfoot. See one go flying. But it's a dead baby. The pain of parents losing their baby is unbearable. The pain parents go through when they lose their baby is just unbearable. Thank the Lord it was... Oh, empty straw. Does live inside our hearts, Victor. He does live inside our hearts. And he teaches us to love again, right. Seeing TV playing the most helpful story, I remember that. There's no need to feel that way. Pram getting sucked in by the turbulence created by that train. Damn. Ridiculous. Road users. Hey, Pokemama, nice to see you. Well, here's another one of a dog walker in danger of an oncoming train.
What's that? Come on. Come on, then.
Gotta love how they film this on a diesel line, but the train shown is an electric train.
Archie!
Lucy Phil's plays Little Miss Late story, that's interesting. You think I'm inferior when comparing myself to you and Leos. He is forcing me to compare myself. Shut up. Living near Copenhagen, this feels more like a PSAs for irresponsible dog owners. Do you see a lot of irresponsible dog owners around your area, Odd? Anyway, so what I want to show you guys before I end the stream, we're going to go until 45, but this is a very, very sweet Bigfoot lives inside our hearts. He does indeed. It's an epidemic, I see. Giant hands, lots of hair is welcome like a strong tsunami. He lives inside our hearts. You still there, Neon? Are Stan and Neon still there? My favourite anime song. Right, so now what I want to show you guys is... Last thing I want to tell you about is another common railway safety issue that the general public cause. That being suicide by train. Now, I'm gonna get serious now, guys. I'm one of those people who believe that people should have the right to end their lives or not. Having said that, though, I do also believe that there's always another way. And that ending your own life is an absolute, all else fails, bottom of the barrel, last resort. However, those who do prevent people from oofing themselves are heroes. That goes without saying. People who do prevent others from oofing themselves are heroes. That goes without saying. Or do it just for a laugh? Do what just for a laugh? They walk around unleashed. They often escape the backyards and just walk around the streets, often near the highway entrance of all places. Damn! Dogs getting killed by trains is a big safety issue there. Well, I'm sorry about the very sudden mood shift, Victor, but suicide is a serious issue that has to be addressed with sensitivity. If I was dared to do a crazy front flip on a bridge in the sea, I'd have to take it. You can't pass on a dare. I could. Just do it for a laugh. I know, Victor, Odd, I know, but here's the thing. People who kill themselves by jumping in front of trains, I don't think anyone realises how impactful it is. If a train driver sees someone jump in front of them, that driver can often be scarred for life. Those who oof themselves aren't just harming themselves. They're harming the driver. They're potentially harming the passengers on board. They're potentially harming the people who witness them do it. It is a very big safety issue on railways. In a place like this, at least, I dare you to smack the shit out of Odd. I need to smack the shit out of you. If it's gotta be done, it's gotta be done. Yes, I do want to talk about this. This is a serious issue I do want to talk about. Right, good night, MLP fan. Thanks for coming. Yes. It is a serious issue. So yes, those who do oof themselves should never do so with trains. And what happened with that guy on that suicidal driver who drove onto the tracks and caused an HST to crash? That's what I mean by that. How it can affect others as well as themselves. End the stream. No, I'm ending at 45. Talking to Stan. I'm still very much of the opinion that a serious analysis of suicide is not something that should be done here. Well, the video I'm about to show you is actually quite a sweet story. It's based on a real event of a guy who, a train station worker who saved a passenger's life, who talked him out of oofing himself. And it's based on on a real event that happened. And it's a surprisingly touching film, this. I do want to show you all this. Because don't worry, Odd, this film does have a happy ending. It is 45. About trains, mate, not this. Yeah, but it is a serious safety issue. I do want to cover it. It is a serious safety issue.
Hi, my name's Jimmy and I'm a platform supervisor and I've worked on the railways for 22 years now. Remember, it was Tuesday the 12th of March 2013. Usual really busy weekday, customers coming and going, busy packed trains, people asking questions all day long.
It's like Victor's Uncle Dan.
1:30 in the afternoon.
I'm ending it at 45.
30, 40 years
This shit
old,
ain't funny.
Short brown hair.
No, it's not funny.
Stood on platform 6. Recognising.
This is probably one of the most serious railway safety issues, which is why I've chose to end with this.
Recognising, because he's been using the station quite a lot over the past few months. You've only got to see these people 2 or 3 times.
Welcome back, Neon. We're now talking about the very serious topic
he used
of
the station throughout the day as well.
suicide by train and how the story of the railway station worker who prevented a guy from killing himself.
Platform 6, slightly round the bend. Nothing particularly.
Because it is John Murray.
As I say, all these customers have their weird habits. They like to stand in exactly the same place every day, just so that when the train pulls up, they know that's exactly where the door is, so they can get on first. Or they like to sit in a particular seat, so when they get off at the other end, they can get straight across the platform to their connection. So, yeah, he didn't seem particularly nervous or jumpy or agitated or anything like that.
I already answered you, Pokemon. I'm ending at 45.
He walked down the underpass to go to platform 5. Now, I thought that was a bit strange, because, I mean, if you're a regular traveller, you know what platform you're going to be on. You wouldn't change platforms like that. And when he went up onto platform 5, I could see he was pacing about a bit, and he sort of looked a little bit lost in his head. Then
Agitated. Are they pacing?
We had recently called Tactics. Now I'm the first to hold my hands up and say,
what did he say, Victor?
I don't always remember everything we're taught on these training sessions. Sometimes forget the odd thing. Not the main bits, just the small things. And I remember one of the main questions on this training was, are they pacing? And this guy definitely was. So I thought I'd have to keep a bit of an eye on him. Then a few minutes later, couldn't believe it, he came back under the underpass again and back up towards platform 6, and I thought, this ain't right, I'm going to have to ask this bloke and check he's alright, question him, you know.
Really, Stan?
You're right, mate. Which train you waiting for?
Oh, just the 2:38 to London Victoria.
Oh, you've got a bit of a wait. You want to make sure you keep warm out here. Do you want a cuppa or anything?
No, thanks, I'm good. Don't really feel the cold.
I know, Pokemon.
So the 14:38 train to Victoria came and went, and...
You still there, Neon?
This guy's still on the platform, hasn't got on the train. So I thought, this is a bit concerning now. And when I watched him, he was stood quite near the edge, and he was like pacing round in small circles and rubbing his head, kept getting his wallet out and looking in it, and putting his hands back in his pocket and fidgeting. And he was sort of glancing down at the track and then nervously looking round to see if anyone had seen him. This sort of really started to ring alarm bells in my head. So I thought, I'm going to have to do something about this. So I've got on the radio to my colleague on platform 5 and said, you know, have you spoken to this guy at all? And has he particularly asked anything about the fast trains? My colleague said no, he hadn't. So I said, well, can you keep an eye on him, because I'm going to have to go and have a chat with him again. And that's when I remembered something else from the tactics training. They said when you're approaching somebody in this situation, you've got to be careful you don't startle them. So I just sort of tried to stroll down the platform just in a normal work way, tried not to draw attention to myself. But as I got nearer, he noticed me anyway and sort of tried to look all relaxed as though nothing was wrong at all.
You're right, mate. It's getting really chilly out here now. Sure you don't want that cuppa? I can go and get you one if you like.
No, honestly, I'm fine. Thank you, though.
Okay. Are you okay, though? I noticed you missed the 14:38.
Yeah, I'm fine. I
just where it
had a
gets.
meeting planned and it got moved, so I'm just waiting to hear what's happening next. What's it to you anyway?
To do.
Well, you've been here for over an hour now, and I've noticed you're pacing up and down the station, and if you don't mind me saying, you seem a bit upset. There's something troubling you.
We do it.
It's all just getting on top of me. I can't take it anymore.
Can't take what anymore?
Life.
Look, I might be totally wrong here, but are you thinking about suicide?
The suicide question, oh God. Yes.
Look, how about we go and get that cuppa? Bloody freezing out here now. We can sit in somewhere nice and warm, have a bit of a chat if you like. What'd you say?
Okay.
Good man. My name's Jimmy.
Introduce themselves.
Neil.
Man, what a hero, talking this guy out of suicide. Why is everyone just putting loads of emojis in the chat when I'm talking about...
My name's Jimmy.
I want to show everyone this sensitive video. Does everyone agree that Jimmy is a hero for saving this guy's life, for talking him out of suicide?
I said quietly to one of my colleagues if they could call the BTP and
the British Transport Police.
Go and have a chat.
So who agrees that this guy is a hero?
So I got Neil a cup of tea. We had a chat for about half an hour, and he told me how unfortunately his mum had recently died, and that although he was a happily married man, he's getting a lot of stress from work lately, and that combined with his mum dying made him feel
You've all disconnected.
He couldn't really cope anymore.
Why? This is a serious
serious
issue.
Confronted him when I did.
Jimmy is a hero. I'm glad James agrees at least. Neon, do you think Jimmy's a hero?
Recently died, and
well, James was watching, and I think Neon was as well.
He was getting a lot of stress from work lately.
He was.
And that combined with his mum dying made him feel he couldn't really cope anymore. And he said he was grateful that I confronted him when I did. So then I gave him a card for the Samaritans, because he agreed that he could do with some help, so gave him the phone as well.
Seek help from the Samaritans.
Give the Samaritans a call, and when I came back in, he called his wife to come and pick him up.
Kind of the problem, it's a bit too serious for the situation.
I've always found it really difficult to ask the suicide question.
I did want to cover this though. I did want to show everyone this video.
Agitated or nervous, I've got one of my colleagues to try and deal with it. You can ask my family or my friends, they'll tell you that I'm not the most sensitive of guys on the planet. However, on this occasion, the tactics sort of training definitely helped me in the situation, and I'm really glad that I helped Neil to a safer place.
I salute you, Jimmy. What a hero. Here, here, Samson. Alright, then. So, I guess for the last 5 minutes, we'll have a look at some more level crossing PSAs, and then we'll end the stream. Oh! Oh my god. How did this slip my mind? How the hell did this slip my mind? These Latvian PSAs, these stop-motion animated Latvian railway safety PSAs, I'm sure everyone, the vast majority of people in the chat have seen this. Oh, I've got to finish with showing you guys these. These are genuinely incredible. Don't walk on the tracks. Yeah, I gotta end with this. Russian, Latvian. So what do you? So has anyone seen these before? He said, "And when I was 3." Forbiddens to walk along the railroad. Forbiddens, that grammar. Why he look like Victor? Who? The guy walking along the tracks? Who? The guy walking along the tracks? Odd. Who? The guy walking along the oh yes. 10 cents theatre and photo, right. Oh, a fishing rod pulled the train away. Okay, that's a creative way to get people off the tracks, I'll give them that. Do. I should have shown this earlier in the stream. How did I forget about this? This would have been perfect to show earlier. Party girl. Yeah, the shopping. She doesn't bother to use the footbridge, she just walks straight across the tracks. Can you fish for a train? I don't know, can you? Use the oil tanker to climb over. Yeah, the train could splatter if you walk along the tracks like that. Sparks like that, I like fish. Well, so does Thomas, clearly. And then our house just completely collapses. So do I. Hollandaise and lemon juice. Really? With chips? Well, I have my fish and chips with ketchup. Usually tastes like fish. Well, duh. No shit, Sherlock. Leaning much too far out the window. If you put your head out just a little bit, or your ear, it's usually fine, but yeah, do put your whole body out like that, yeah, bad things can happen. Here comes the bride. Oh, this is a funny one. Hasta la vista, stop! He's bribing these guys not to grass on him. That's interesting. Keep going. Don't put gasoline in it. Train coming. Bribes don't work on trains, mate. People. And now he's been arrested for dangerous driving. Snitches get stitches. Snitching isn't necessarily a bad thing, Victor. I've never fully understood why it is. Why is everyone wearing wreaths here? Is this some sort of festival in Latvia? I wouldn't know. Don't put cement in it. Very true. That's an important thing with level crossings. If the lights continue to show after the train has passed, it most likely means there's another train coming on the opposite track. So yeah, always wait for the sirens to stop and the barriers to raise and the lights to stop flashing before you try to cross a railway track. Oh yeah, this is an incident we've seen loads of times. Henry sneeze, but it's Latvian. Robots. But instead of sneezing at the boys, the rocks get pelted back at them. The children of the corn are attacking. Dismantling the announcement because he clearly doesn't want to hear it. But now these guys get on to steal seats and shit. He's expanding his influence, I see. What do you mean by that, Art? Shit, really, Stan? And he stole a door. And an entire section of track. And then the train just comes off the tracks and the guy just tumbles around. You shall not steal. Haramodel Railway, that's cool, James. What's funny, Victor? What is? Yeah, don't play on trains. Don't play any sorts of games on train stations, especially stations where fast trains come through that cause turbulence. Oh shit! Xiantian's Children of the Corn, I see. Keltobi of a knife. Comedic ways of railway safety. Everyone ends up in a pile here. Always a partying, and then the train wrecks the party. Train flattens her. Stop. Stop doing this, or you could pay. Don't do any of that shit, or you could pay for it with your life, as you can clearly see here.
How you doing?
It's even got a cat.
Number 3. Hey, Cookie. Yeah.
Sees the coffin on the other side. Don't know the track exactly. Well, that's very true. Oh, this last one's a funny one. Train literally comes off the tracks. Never put anything on the tracks. Oh, there's another one I wanted to show called... There's another one I wanted to show. Safety video I wanted to show called Beware the Friendly Dragon, but... we've not got time for that now. Maybe I'll show it another time, but oh well, we've not got time to show it now. I just wanted to show this one because it's hilarious. Don't play around engines and rolling stock either, or the tracks. The railway is not a place for playing. Indeed not. That's the main takeaway of this one, guys. Beware the unfriendly dragon. The train fucking followed them up the stairs. Yes, that is hilarious. Obviously, that could never happen. I agree, that is hilarious, though. some of those were legit funny. I'm glad you all agree. I'm glad you all enjoyed those. Like, you learned nothing, but you did laugh, right? Followed them up the stairs. The stairs. The train literally played hide and seek. It was out for revenge. What, for getting knocked off the tracks by those kids? Trevor was a traction engine who likes children. Bit unsure about something. To go to London for 2 hours for 2 and a bit hours. Electro says he has to be at the airport for 3 p.m. I'm just not sure. Or I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, just give your thought. Just give it some thoughts, Neon. Just think about your visit to your potential visit to see us in London. If you don't want to do it, if you think it's going to be a bit too hectic, and especially for the price, and the price just isn't worth it, just have a think about it, Neon. If you don't want to do anything, and that's completely fine. But it would be nice for us to see you. Friend literally played hide and seek. Beware of the mama who loves Pokemon. Ah, is that why you're called Pokemon? That guy, Trevor the Traction Engine, likes children. Well, anyway, guys, I do have to end the stream here now. I would show you all guys Beware the Friendly Dragon, but I haven't got time now, so... In fact, there's loads of other railway safety short films I could show you guys, but those are all the ones we had time for tonight, so I'll end the stream now. It was nice to see Electro, Neon, Odd, and Victor all here tonight, even though Electro didn't come for very long. But yeah, it was still nice to see them all here, and it would have been even nicer if Charcoal was here. He hasn't come for months, but oh well. Anyway, so that's it tonight, guys. We're ending now. I think this is the first time I've been at the end in a while. Yeah, I think same goes for Odd. First time he's been at the end in a while. I'm glad you all enjoyed this regardless, even though it did get a bit too serious at times. I've really enjoyed tonight's stream. I knew I would, and I'm delighted I was able to see you all here tonight. I was hoping to see Electro for longer, especially as he was in the thumbnail of this. But oh well. Thank you all so much for coming, guys. I'm glad you all enjoyed yourselves, because I did. Favourite part of the stream, the end? Why is that your favourite part? Bigfoot loves all indeed. Bigfoot loves you. Bigfoot loves all indeed. See you next week after when I've done my first day at work experience. Well, alright then. John Murray, I hope it goes well. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I'm really looking forward to... It really didn't get serious with Odd and Victor about? I see. We're proud to have ruined the moment. Bloody hell, you two. Yeah, goodbye everyone. Thanks so much for coming. I'm really looking forward to seeing and spending time with Electro over the next few days. So thanks again so much for coming, everyone. I hope you're looking forward to all the vlogs. So yeah, the vlog of me and Electro's trip to see Beachy Head, the new Beachy Head locomotive in action on Sunday, will hopefully be out around that time. But I hope you're looking forward to that video and all my other upcoming content. So thank you all so much for watching. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. And I will see you all in my next video. So please, you all enjoy yourselves, guys. Goodbye.